Hello, everyone. I hope you see the screen sharing I'm about. Okay.
Yes, we see it. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Rajmonda, and I'm an architect at Cultural Heritage Without Borders, Kosovo. It is a pleasure to begin this session by sharing a perspective from our work in Kosovo, where we have been exploring how digital documentation can support not only the recording of cultural heritage, but also its interpretation and public engagement. Today, I will briefly present some of our ongoing work related to photogrammetric modeling and archaeological heritage, focusing particularly on the case of Ulpiana. Rather than focusing only on the technologies themselves, I would like to reflect on a question that many of us working in digital heritage are increasingly facing. What happens after the data is captured? Because creating a model is often the easiest part, but deciding how that model can become meaningful, accessible, and useful beyond documentation is usually the greater challenge. And this is exactly the direction I would like to explore with you today. This is Ulpiana Justiniana Secunda, one of the most important archaeological sites in Kosovo. But what we see today is only a fragment of the city. Most of it still remains underground, invisible. And this creates an important challenge not only for documentation and research, but also for interpretation and public understanding. Because if heritage remains invisible, it also risks becoming disconnected from people. And this is where digital technologies started becoming important for our work. At Cultural Heritage Without Borders, we work with cultural heritage through conservation, documentation, and community engagement. But in recent years, we increasingly started integrating photogrammetry, drone mapping, laser scanning, and GIS integration into our workflows. But for us, technology itself, it's not the goal. The goal is understanding. Understanding how can heritage become more accessible, more understandable, and more connected with people. One of the first major integrated workflows began in 2023 at the archaeological site of Dresnik. This project was developed in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture and supported by the US Embassy in Kosovo. This was our first attempt to combine terrestrial photogrammetry, drone mapping, and laser scanning into one workflow. And through this experience, we started understanding not only the technical potential of digital documentation, but also its public potential. One of the first outputs we worked was the point cloud. For us, this became important because it allowed us to capture archaeological space with a level of precision difficult to achieve through the traditional documentation methods. But more importantly, it started changing the way we understand heritage digitally. From the point cloud, we moved into textured 3D models, and this is where documentation slowly started becoming interpretation. Because these models are not only technical outputs, they also became tools for communication, visualization, education, and public understanding. Surface models helped us better understand the relationship between archaeological structures and the surrounding terrain. And they also opened possibilities for spatial analysis and future GIS integration. After Dresnik, we started applying these methods across different heritage sites in Kosovo. This allowed us to continuously test and improve the workflow in different contexts. And at the same time, understand both the possibilities and limitation of digital documentation. In 2025, we also organized regional training focused on digital documentation workflows, because for us, this is not only about producing projects, it is also about building regional capacity and sharing knowledge. The training included participants from Kosovo, Albania, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. One of the most important outcomes was seeing participants independently produce their own documentation outputs. And this showed the potential for expanding these practices beyond individual institutions or projects. Through all this work, we realized something important, that creating 3D models is not enough. The real challenge begins after the model is created. How do we use them? How do we structure the data? How do we connect it with metadata? How do we make it reusable? And most importantly, how do we make archaeological heritage understandable for the public? This brings us back to Ulpiana, a large and complex archaeological landscape that is still under research and development. Following the experience developed through projects such as Dresnik, Cultural Heritage Without Borders, Kosovo is now engaged in the development of conservation plan for Ulpiana in collaboration with Ministry of Culture and supported by the Embassy of Sweden. And within this border conservation process, digital documentation and photogrammetric modeling became an important part of our work. Not only for recording the site, but also for thinking about future possibilities and public engagement with this large and complex archaeological part. Excuse me. At the moment, we are developing photogrammetric models from different sectors of Ulpiana, but for us, these models are not only technical outputs. We are increasingly exploring how they can become tools for interpretation, communication, education, and public engagement. Today, our focus is increasingly shifting toward how these digital outputs can become understandable, reusable, and accessible, not only for specialists, but also for wider public. We are currently experimenting with different forms of digital interpretation, including immersive visualization, XR workflows, and augmented experiences, to explore how archaeological heritage can become more understandable, interactive, and engaging for different audiences. This is like a pilot reconstruction that we are working on. It's a temple with portico in Ulpiana. We can see like the reconstruction of that temple and also its position in the park. At the same time, we are also experimenting with different ways of translating digital documentation into physical and interactive forms. One example is 3D printing based on photogrammetric models from Ulpiana. For us, this is part of a broader question: how can archaeological data become more tangible, understandable, and accessible for different audiences? For us, this is still an ongoing process. We are continuing to experiment with different workflows and approaches, and this is why we see this presentation not only as a showcase, but also as an opportunity to learn from the wider digital heritage community, especially in relation to structuring 3D data, digital interpretation, and future integration with platforms such as Time Atlas. And we are very open to future collaboration and exchange. So to conclude, at CHwB Kosovo, we believe digital technologies are not replacing heritage, they are helping people reconnect with it. Thank you very much for your attention and hope I didn't take longer than 10 minutes. Thank you all.
And thank you so much, Rajmonda. It was exactly 10 minutes. So you're giving a perfect example for the rest of the speakers. I'm thrilled by that. Okay. So excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so I believe I didn't mention this, I believe we have a slot of 20 minutes for questions after the few speakers. So if anyone has questions, maybe wait until that time, or you can put them in the chat in the meantime, and we will get to them.
Okay, really glad to have any questions.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
so
thanks so much. And also, I'm just popping in to say, in the meantime, I'll also send the link of the ingest assistant. So throughout the day, it's in the chat because I didn't do it before. Maybe you didn't take note of it. But thanks a lot, Kevin.
Okay, great. With that, we'll keep moving right along. So next speaker we have is Cordula Hansen from XYZ Technical Art Services. And she will be speaking about building together empathetic user-centered design research as a catalyst for XR technology adoption in small museums. So with that, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I hope you can see my screen.
Yep, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, hi, everybody. And first of all, thank you to all at the Time Machine organization for this really inclusive showcase event. My name is Cordula Hansen. I'm one of the two co-founders at XYZ Technical Art Services. We are an immersive content and design studio located in Bonn in Germany, and we have been working individually with XR, so virtual and augmented reality, since 2016, and as a company since our foundation in 2023. Today, I will give a brief process breakdown of one of our recent EU-funded projects and tell you about how our user-centered empathic approach to the design process helped technology transfer from a research project to the cultural heritage sector through an interdisciplinary collaboration. So, especially for smaller museums and cultural heritage organizations, adoption of immersive technology is often desirable as they can add significant educational value to the exhibit. A digital offering can also help the museum present itself as a contemporary, forward-looking venue, but unfortunately there are constraints at play. So for example, XR applications for museums tend to be quite custom-made as opposed to maybe industrial training applications. So it requires a decent budget. Being able to create a design brief for subcontractors needs at least a little bit of expertise in the area of virtual reality or augmented reality. And there are often technical challenges in more rural areas and open air museums, especially. For example, internet connectivity tends to be a big obstacle to deployment of VR in outdoor terrains. So XR technology itself can be a little bit tricky to install and maintain. There can be a reservation from the museum about it taking up maybe too much maintenance time. Not really fitting in with the rest of the museum's IT infrastructure is another point that comes up frequently. We've also seen that museums with more folkloric collections that don't attract a lot of attention from scholars maybe find it harder to fit into, for example, EU funding schemes. So the question we're trying to answer is how can XR be integrated meaningfully when constraints are tight as this in the context of a small museum? So working with a colleague company in Ireland, XR Ireland, as a creative technology studio, we had a lot of interest in collaboration between design, tech, and heritage. It's part of our background. We've been working between the disciplines for a while. So our solution to funding, as so frequently, was cooperation. So together with technology developers XR Ireland, we wrote an application for an FSTP, so financial support for a third parties project for Vox Reality, which was a Horizon Europe consortium looking for use cases for AI-driven voice interactions in XR. So it was a technology-driven project, but they're always looking for really applied working use cases. For this project, we really wanted to work with a cultural heritage partner who was open to acting as a testbed for this technology. In our case, this was Āraži Ezerpils in Latvia. It's an open-air museum showcasing a reconstructed lakeside settlement from the 11th century. It's about an hour and a half outside of Riga. The sub-project Varhet aimed to test the toolkits provided by Vox Reality in a real-world operational environment at the museum. So that was important to us that it was at the actual location. Our objectives were to implement the technology and to gather feedback from users in a real-world setting. And our proposal had planned for a 3-month user research phase, 6 months of development, and another 2 to 3 months for usability testing and reporting at Āraži. Representing the museum was the head of Araji Ezapil's archaeological parks, Eva Kolyera, and her enthusiasm for creating engaging and up-to-date experiences for visitors really propelled the project into being a lot more than just a use case and a test scenario. Her commitment really inspired us to make sure that in the end, what we built was of value to the museum and its audience. Even through the initial planning, we already had discussions about the different priorities in the team. The museum's top priority was an extension of the project results into daily operations in order to improve the visitor experience. And as you might imagine, for the tech developers, implementation and testing was top of mind. So for us at XYZ Technical Art Services, that meant that we were taking the role of an advocate and a diplomat a little bit, which is often where you will find UX designers who are trying to reconcile the requirements of the project, of the technology, and of the client. So the partners were Araji and XR Ireland, and we seconded myself to XR Ireland as a user researcher and XR designer for the duration of the project. The project brief required extensive user research already, so there was a lot that came from Vox Reality for requirements. They also wanted development of 3 prototypes and usability testing and reporting. So as the 3 prototypes that we built, XR Ireland developed a voice interactive AR guide for use on mobile phones. We had a voice-activated translator for AR glasses, which you can see in the bottom picture. You have to imagine it a little bit like subtitles for people. And we had a voice-driven full VR experience showing animation explaining the construction of the lake settlement. The idea behind that was that the reconstruction of the lakeside cabins, once they were built, it was really difficult to take them apart again. So some of the hidden features and architectural interesting points remained hidden. So they wanted a kind of like an exploded view or an animation of it. So what we were able to do with our research process was to identify opportunities for collaboration, business opportunities, and also for the project that we were working on through really getting to know the museum. So at the beginning of the project, we visited Latvia and we spent 2 days brainstorming and discussing the context for the prototypes from our proposal with the museum. However, in order to really evaluate the user experience, we needed to find out more about the museum as an organization, its staff, and its visitors. So in this case, an empathetic approach means listening to stakeholders, so museum staff, management, visitors, archaeologists, and tour guides, and documenting how they see the organization, what they do to address the challenges they face in their work, and map where there might be frustrations or particularly delightful moments in their day-to-day operation. So you can see the diagram for the empathy map, which is a really common design thinking tool that's being used. So this is also really where we developed the most value already early in the project. We had constraints by the project and by the technologies that we had to implement, but we also further refined the use cases, identified obstacles to technology adoption, and also sketched out business cases for further projects and collaborations. So to do that, we conducted structured interviews, created design personas, user requirements documents, user flow and journey maps to an extent that really usually is not part of an XR design brief, but this is the kind of information that can be so valuable for business development. Being part of a funded project really allowed us and our partners to get deeper into these discussions, to try new technology and to rigorously test its actual value to the museum visitor. So in an ideal scenario, we will have these design phases. First, user research and definition of product requirements, then development, then testing, and then iteration of the prototype based on what we find out from the users and the testers. But as is often the case with these types of projects, the funding comes to an end and the iterations leading to what you might call a fully fledged commercial or at least presentable product don't really tend to happen. So we're kind of stuck with a prototype. Here you can see a screenshot of the VR experience as a prototype. We did actually learn a lot from the testers. For example, that the VR experience was the most popular and engaging of the 3 prototypes. But also there were tech constraints, especially with the AI-assisted voice interactions. We already said that museum contexts tend to be really specific. So in this case, the language models did not support Latvian, and the users found that quite unsatisfactory. And the VR experience had a high net promoter score. So that's the score that when you take customer service surveys, it's how likely is it for you to recommend this experience to a friend. So that's the kind of promoter score. Audience liked the atmosphere, the sense of presence, and the clear presentation of factual information about the buildings of the lake settlement. And if you hear church bells in the background, I'm very sorry. The voice interaction was received less favorable. It felt really unreliable to the visitors and the testers. The reason being that the voice recognition feature works better in quiet spaces and not with a lot of visitors and background noise. So from the perspective of user agency, we also found that visitors were not very sure what to ask. So as there was no visual interface, users were not aware at all of the content options and animations they could trigger or when they had seen all the content. So there was quite a bit of work to do and a lot of learnings from the usability testing. So we were nowhere near really a presentable standard. So that is typically the tricky point of the technology adoption from a research project to something that is actually commercially viable or that is applicable in the museum context. So what we did was we kept talking to Araiji about how they wanted to proceed with this, and they were able to find quite a small budget, and they hired us then at Technical Art Services to carry out the final improvements. And we made sure to include what we had learned from the FSTP project, from the user research, so that the new version provided the most value for money. So we were really only able to do this because of the foundations laid during the Barhead project. Apart from knowing where to concentrate our efforts, we also had 3D assets we captured on our visit to Latvia. We had a 3D model that we built in collaboration with the archaeologists at Araiji, and we had a very committed team and a museum client who was seeing the potential of engaging with innovation for networking and collaborations in the future. So for both the museum and ourselves as a creative industries SME, having the rich user research data from Barhead has really allowed us to identify further potential opportunities. What was exciting for us was that experiencing the challenges and the obstacles throughout the design and development process did not result in our museum partner being scared off or afraid of more experiments. It was actually quite the opposite. Amazingly, they were happy to work with us on another proposal, this time for the Time Machine organization. So we called it Home at Araiji, Araiji at Home. While we didn't receive funding at this time, the application has really shown us how continuing that collaboration on the basis of our research is much easier now because both partners understand the needs and context of the museum and of the technology. So in this idea for the use of the 4D browser, you can see our approach to a digital curation and reuse of the assets that we created for the museum, combining them with other material, for example, from Europeana. There were some audio recordings that would have really augmented as well the history of the site. So the flip side of this is Araiji at Home, which really was a viable idea for us because we had AR-ready 3D models that we optimized from photogrammetry taken in Latvia. So domestic items that you might find at the lakeside settlement. And we could use these to display them via an AR viewer in the settings of maybe visitors' own homes. So as a maybe poetic reflection on changing concepts of dwelling and domesticity. So to finish the key takeaways of this project and this collaboration is we learned that an interdisciplinary team of tech, creative design and cultural heritage is a really useful approach to facilitating technology adoption in cultural heritage, especially in smaller museums and other organizations. So having a good user research process helped making sure that the museum was actively participating, both in the co-design of the user experience and content, but also in gaining insights into the visitor experience through on-site testing. So sometimes our most valuable delivery is a PDF of our user research to the organization because they need to learn about the visitors. We are unfortunately also aware that a lot of budgets do not allow for this. So as a team, we're really grateful that the FSTP scheme has allowed us to spend this much time on research, prototyping, and testing. Quite often it's build and deliver and then deal with the fallout. So it was nice to go through a proper process. Having had that support also allowed the museum to experiment quite freely and then decide how they wanted to proceed with adopting XR technology, how they wanted to present the digital experience as part of their offering to visitors. We have experienced the benefit of this as a creative company in the museum's increased confidence in the technology, confidence in giving feedback to the developers, so they're better able to articulate what they want, and in setting us a much clearer brief from the outset. So having that background knowledge really has helped everybody involved in the process. I will close with a sneaky screenshot from the VR experience. It's seeing its final delivery to the museum this coming Monday. I don't want to preempt too much of it because they want to launch it themselves. But if you want to keep in touch, email, find me on LinkedIn, follow our company page, and we'll share once the experience is launched officially. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah, very, very interesting experience you had there. And yeah, these types of things come up quite a lot in our conversations at Time Machine in particular, when I go to meetings with the EIT culture and creativity, the prospect of trying to, prototype things and then spin them out, progress further. Yeah, we're actively trying to make these types of or create opportunities to make these type of connections and move research projects along. So very, very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So moving quickly right along, we have our colleague and great friend, Sander Münster from Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, presenting an immersive 4D information system to support citizen science and tourism. So as always, welcome, Sander. Happy to have you here, and please go ahead.
And thanks, Kevin, and also to all others for the nice introduction. Also, congratulations to these very nice presentations already done here at this moment. So cool to see how things are progressing. So it's a bit my pleasure today to introduce maybe a specific facet for how to dealing with 3D information. So in our case, it's very much about systems and information system on a temporal scale as well, so 4D information, and which is particularly targeting to support citizen science and tourism. So you see also the long list of contributors. So it's my pleasure also to introduce that this is, of course, a work of our team in Jena at the university. And let me switch to the next slide. And we have also a wonderful opportunity to doing it together with other European colleagues. So you see a bit the lineup of the current projects which are dealing with this type of information here. Also, we need to flag here that this is something under the umbrella of the Jena local time machine, with also several partners which are working with us on this endeavor to specifically also visualizing, making available and accessible the history of Jena and Thuringia in Germany. Maybe that's a bit about the preamble, and let's now showing a bit to you what we are working on. So we have two main applications we are working on. So one has been already introduced with the 4D browser. A second one is the 4D city application. So that is a mobile, immersive, browser-based application. So the main approach there is, could you visualize, could you have access to information on the place where you are standing? And of course, accessing Wikipedia articles, tourist information, etc., but also following, for instance, guided tours and also learning about your surroundings there. Of course, in a 4-dimensional way, so going forth or back in time as well. A second application, the 4D browser, also specifically dealing with, I would say, immersive impressions of city scale or of city sites. So in that case, the metaphor behind is to specifically providing access to image libraries, but also to additional information. In that case, with say a specific target to learn, for instance, what has been, I would say, visual axis, visual parameters of these things. So that's one example for Dresden here. What is closely connected to that are challenges, of course, for instance, about data. So in our case, one of the works we are doing in the 3D Big Data Space project at the moment is to retrieving and also evaluating extant 3D data sets. So at this moment, we are working with several data sets you see here with currently around 1.5 million 3D data sets on our shelves. 130,000 of them are available at this moment. If you want to also inspect this, please feel invited to look at the 3drepo.eu website. The second point is, of course, dealing with images, so specifically for recreating historic buildings, that is an evident source of information. So in that case, we are working mainly with images from the Europeana, but also from Fortepan as a large service provider, but also Wikimedia Commons and others. In our case, the specific interest is there to also learn about the poses these images are having, so from which position, with which parameters these images has been taken. That brings us to the challenge how to process and how to work with these images. And core challenges here is, of course, at the one hand, how we could store and process these 3D assets at a scale, but also about how could we reconstruct historic cityscapes from image data. In our case, the approach is, of course, to combining different parameters. So where we have ground plot data, combining it, of course, with spatialized photographs at this point, and then generating geometries. That's a bit how the pipeline looks at the moment. So you see different ways of data retrieval, but also parametric building, modeling creation at this point, but also some the generation of features or roofs specifically, which are most relevant for identifying architecture, and of course, image spatialization. If it comes to the point of storage, one of the works we are doing at this point, also closely with other colleagues, so there's just a parallel meeting also with our colleagues on that. And that is to introducing or to using the so-called heritage data processors. That's an infrastructure for processing different data on servers with the inclusion of HPC resources. Please feel also here invited to try it out. And the main purpose in that case is to creating a Zenodo entry, so storing objects, images, but also 3D models at that point. And of course, doing enrichments in that case, so retrieving location information, etc. And finally creating EDMs for the Europeana at that point. So a bit a different use case, of course, to this wonderful ingestion tool now shown for the time atlas at this point. So in our case, it's more about the side of storing things in Zenodo. At this moment, we have around 160 data sets we have processed so far. How to identify image locations? In our case, it's something where we are using different parametric or different approaches for doing this. So you see at the one hand, on the top side, a automated extraction of roof shapes. So could we let the machine tell us how a specific roof structure of a building looked like? So that is something where we're currently scaling up this to reach at this point several cities, or where we are currently at city scale, but of course scaling up to region scale at this moment. On the lower side, on the right, you see a screenshot from Paris at this point, and that has been images calculated and also fused historic images for the Notre Dame area based on given images only at that point. Where are we using this content for? So at the one hand, of course, for supporting and enhancing cultural routing. So if you are going or if you are visiting a city like, for instance, Lausanne or something, some other cities or Nicosia here, how could we have access to location-based information for the city? So in that way, we are working with a European touristic destination provider by the European Commission and have currently around 12,000 touristic destination information included in this system, which is accessible via these already mentioned tools. Also in our vision, it's a bit about having a digital companion. So could you have also a digital information access to what is surrounding you if you are visiting a city, but also, of course, having access to these time variable views. And finally, of course, usage scenarios like virtual tours, but also citizen contests and, of course, feedback and interaction mechanisms involving citizen scientists, for instance. That brings me to another approach at this point. So we had chance for so far 2 times. One is ongoing to coordinating and creating rephotography contests. So the main idea, the main rationale is, could we invite people, citizens, to rephotographing historic spots in their city as accurate as possible. Of course, kindly supplying us with AI training data, but secondly, also do have a documentation of personalized memories at this point, but also of these specific spots and how they evolved over time. So that's something currently ongoing, and I hope next year to have some more numbers to replace the question marks here. Also, we are working with these 3D assets in some more I would say, study and museum-oriented projects. So a currently ongoing European project is the Meta Museum project about the investigations of how people interact with this media and also the visualization or the investigation via psychocognitive methods at that point. So in that case, we are using very much the 3D assets as an input, as training data in order to conducting these studies. And finally, of course, education is an important topic for us. So we are having chance to running a pupils lab at the university, which means to bringing pupils, school kids in contact with digital means. And in that case, also inviting those one for creating 3D models, but also to providing tour information. For instance, tours by kids for kids at this point, and sharing it, of course, at these platforms. Let me stop here and just give a brief summary. So in our case, it's specifically this focus on immersive 4D experiences and also, let's say, the ecosystem around these things, touristic information, citizen science, with also a bit outreach to education, but also for, think of the neurosciences research. And for us, the next steps will be to have a launch of the redesigned application in June. You have already seen some of the current work in progress states of these things. Also, Europeana city images in that case is something we are processing currently to ingest there. And finally, there are lots of historic houses under private ownership. And at this moment, one of the items we would like to integrate is, of course, information about these non-accessible houses. By the way, on the right side, you see one of the possibilities in that way to have, for instance, an interior view of those non-accessible locations. Thank you for your attention and happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Sander, very much. Yeah, we'll leave the questions just until after the next presentation. There's a 20-minute slot. We'll see how many we get. And yeah, we're also slightly behind schedule, so maybe perhaps we'll be able to pick up a couple minutes. We'll see. But thank you again. And we'll move right into the fourth presentation, the final presentation of the first session. It's Alessia Pignataro from University of Bologna. And she will be presenting ARCA, from open source archaeological research to public engagement with 3D heritage content. So I was always very happy to have our University of Bologna colleagues on the meetings. Of course, a founding member of Time Machine organization since the start. So pleasure to have you here, and please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope you see my presentation. So I'm Alessia Pignataro I'm an archaeology student from Bologna University, and today I would like to talk to you about ARCA. ARCA started as my master thesis project inside the Laboratorio Trame in Ravenna by Professor Enrico Cirelli. And my main goal was to build a workflow that goes from field data to public dissemination only using open source program. And it was born from a student's point of view. And there are a lot of materials yet not studied in the deposit. And so that was the main focus, to bring that material the attention they deserve, but also find a way to engage the public itself with this material. I started keeping in mind two important documents for virtual archaeology. Of course, I'm talking about the London Charter and the Civil Principle. And this Laboratorio Trame, is focusing on the study of Port of Classe in Ravenna. And so for the materials I study, it was mainly ceramics, pottery, and late Roman amphora. I started with a small data set. They were only about 94 individual complete artifacts, which I based my work on. I wanted to create an online archive to preserve and share our findings, open to everyone. So we started work doing traditional documentation, so and drawings of the artifact, photograph, and record sheets. We then digitalized the drawing using Inkscape, and we imported the result directly onto Blender. Blender is an open source free program. There is a lot of documentation and tutorials, and so I think is one of the best option. Is very, very accessible and easy to use. But also it's very easy with Blender to keep a visible distinction between the original fragment, the original artifact, and the reconstruction part. We use Atom Web 3D, which is a project from the CNR of Rome, done by Bruno Fanini. It's a very helpful tool because it allows you to import your model and visualize every 3D model anywhere, a website, an app, every mobile devices, without the need to third-party registration or apps. But I think it's very useful because it doesn't require any programming or coding skill. So everybody can use it. And a main the main focus of this project was creating a workflow that everybody can do, even a smaller museum and institution, small realities with which that doesn't have a lot of funds or skill. And so this is a sneak peek of the archive part. It's not public yet, I'm afraid, but you can see the main structure. We divided the museum by the collection, the deposit, and the field excavation data. And every campaign is divided then by year, location, and context. And for each campaign, there is a dedicated page for every class and typology for every materials, and each artifact has its own page as well, with of course the 3D models, the drawings, and the photos, and also bibliography. And right now, the archive part is done. Of course, we are keep expanding it, but for now we are focusing on creating an interactive scene of the Classport area. We want to find a way to offer a more engaging way to explore the site for a non-expert public, because the archive was born mainly with an academic point of view. And I would really like to introduce in the project a gamification module to keep the engagement high. But the main goal is to this interactive scene of the Classport area to be directly linked with the archive. So you can browse around the site and found artifacts, and they will give you the link to the archive, and vice versa. So you're browsing the archive and you can see on the site where they were originally found. And so, yes, for the next step, these are our key objective. Of course, finish the the site model, and we are working right now with Project Protege for the metadata extraction of the archive and the site as well. And we'll be introducing open source analytics, because we want to be for day one, like from day one, we want to be able to see the engagement with the 3D models to better the site itself, and see how the user interacts with the site and the 3D models. And for testing, I think the primary um, the primary visitor of Classes Museum are mostly primary school kids, and so they will be the first guinea pigs for our project, but also university students from Bologna University. And then, as the last step, it will be to test this workflow to see if it's solid and reusable as we think will be, with another heritage context. And for last but not least, if anyone wants to scan this QR code, it's a late Roman 1 model. It will give you a preview of what our model are capable to offer. There are a couple hotspots. You can really toy with it. It's a really basic for now model, but the beauty, you can really customize your model with the layers and backgrounds and link and photos. And so, yes, thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. So that brings us to the end of the first 4 speakers, which is the first session. We're almost 19 minutes into the 20-minute question period. So we'll definitely take a few questions now. So please, I suppose raise your hand if you would like to ask a question. We'll go on, or maybe since we have 24 people in the room, maybe you can just unmute yourself and please ask or enter something in the chat. So
Okay,
no questions for the
maybe.
moment. Everything was super clear. Yeah, Isabella, sorry. You're muted.
Okay, no.
Okay, now we are. I have a question for all the participants to this session. So maybe you can also answer all together. So which were the main challenges that you encounter during these dissemination activities? Because of course we have seen that you in some project that's something concern more museums, of course, and devices in museums, and so specific targeted public in as the Cordula, for example, explained very well. But there's also challenge in terms of audience where you target pupils and scholars, so in primary or secondary schools. Of course, there's no at all the same public. So, which are the challenges that you, given these differences in your audience, encounter for your dissemination activities? Please. Who wants to start?
I can, sorry, I can say a couple of words because we were really lucky to be working with a museum who has an expert in dissemination and tourism management at the helm. And so our user research period at the start gave us the insight that we needed to figure out who the audience was going to be. So we were drawing on the museum's knowledge of their own audience to then design the experience in such a way that it was appropriate for that audience. But in terms of dissemination, we were just watching a master at work. So she was really capitalizing on the fact that she was involved in this project, the Vox Reality project, that gave a lot of interest maybe from audiences who may not have come otherwise or who may not have been aware of the museum. So we had the Irish ambassador to Latvia, we had Latvian TV, she really brought everybody in. And then in terms of the actual audience, we had a big, they had an event, the night of the museum. I think it's European Culture Night. It was kind of part of that. And we just had hundreds of people streaming into the museum. Like, this is a very small open air museum, and we had like 1,000 visitors. And whoever could test the VR experience went for it. So we had lots of kids, all ages. We had older people, we had people who spoke Latvian, who spoke English, who didn't speak either, So it was a really widespread. So our problem as a small SME otherwise would have been, who is our network in the cultural heritage sector? And that, like, without that collaboration, we would not have had the same exposure and the same access. So we're really benefiting from this art, science, and heritage kind of cluster team that we've now built between the three of us. I hope that answers some of the question.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very interesting. Maybe does anyone else want to add anything? Yes, sir. Yeah, please.
Okay. About what's the biggest challenge? Interestingly, the biggest challenge is often not capturing the data. The challenge is deciding how to make the resulting models meaningful and usable. Creating a model can take days or weeks, but ensuring that it contributes to conservation, education, or public engagement requires a completely different set of decision and collaboration. About target audience, we see several audiences. Conservation professionals and archaeologists benefit from accurate documentation, while students, visitors, and local communities can benefit from more accessible and interactive ways of experimenting heritage. And our goal is to bridge these groups through digital tools. So we are targeting that, and hopefully we'll do it. Thank you. Hopefully it answered.
Yeah. Many thanks, Rajmonda. Yeah, it's important to precise also that there's a first previous challenge that is what we want to communicate, of course, because it depends on the public for sure. Other Sander, yes, go.
With great pleasure. And maybe just to second to what has been said by the others already. So from my view, of course, the access to the communities is a highly important thing, also needing multiple ways to approaching people, connecting to people, and as mentioned by Cordula, to having gatekeepers at this point, persons who are already well connected and supporting this type of actions. That is highly helpful, highly important here, but also that things are working in the end, as Rajmonda, as you mentioned at this point. Of course, that is also another criterion at this point.
Maybe Alessia, well, let's
Yes.
and then leave
So
the
for me, the biggest challenge was to find a way to make pottery and ceramic interesting for the larger public, because for the archive part, it's mainly the students are mainly the objective. But we had a very great help from Classes Museum, because it's a really nice reality. They do a lot of activity with children, a lot of laboratory, and also they do team building with company. And it was really great to see how the local community engage with the findings, with the materials from their territory. And so that was a big help to decide how to build our project.
Yeah, that's also true. In fact, it's also our experience if we say this. So how can material elements that maybe are not exactly masterpieces in an heritage stance, you see, can be feel as exceptional. So it's for us it's the same with the census and cadastral data. So essentially,
and the exceptional part is often the connection with the local community. In fact, also I think Cordula, you were also talking about folkloristic data and everything that is really local, and actually it has this strong potential of creating a tie with the communities. So I think it was super interesting to see that you had the knowledge of finding these gatekeepers, these people that have the knowledge of the local communities, because then heritage really becomes something to make like a connection with the past of a territory.
Mikael, please, good morning. You have a question for our presenters?
Yes, I have a question to you and to Sander. You presented a lot of buildings, but there are you have also digitized machines or mechanical devices inside these buildings, because we preparing this presentation later. We looked for other objects and we didn't find a lot. And you know even better the data in Time Machine and in Europeana, and Sander showed us a lot of other collections. So that's why I ask you.
Yeah, go ahead, Sander, please.
Michael, many thanks for that question. So, of course, there has been a close focus at this point a bit on the sites, on monuments, on archaeological findings, but you are completely right. There's already I would say, a significant community around other items. We had recently chance to reviewing specifically these large-scale data sets with regards to what is the content which is in there. And non-surprisingly, of course, buildings and specifically also artworks and archaeological sites are the most frequent named objects there, but there is also a community or several communities which are dealing, for instance, with technical artifacts, so ships, for instance, but also machines at this point, up to this point also for having very specific requirements on these things. For instance, if it comes to the point how to digitizing or reconstructing specific mechanical settings or timings, etc. So having this simulational approach in there. So maybe to respond to your question, yes, of course, there are these communities which are acquiring or reconstructing also non-geobound or non-artistic objects as well, also with specific sets of requirements in that case, and of course also with objects findable, accessible in the Europeana, but also in the other resources at that point. And of course, happy to getting into exchange in case you would like to have a contact or something.
Thank you, Sam. Did that answer your question for the moment? Thank you. So maybe with that, you can move on to the second session. I think that probably makes sense, given the timing and all that. So yeah, so second session is 3D application, storytelling, and interaction. We have, I believe, another 4 speakers. So first one is Lias Halbgewachs from TimeLens, speaking about bringing invisible history back to life with TimeLens. So please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I seem to be struggling with the sharing of the screen. Or can you see my screen?
Not yet. My colleagues there might look at it.
Not yet.
No. It seems like it's not allowing me to share the screen.
See, perhaps my colleagues there can look at it from the host side. Bear with us 1 minute. We'll try to see if we can figure it out.
Lui è uscito.
Kevin, perhaps while Ilias is setting up, we could go with the second presenter. No?
Sure. Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Maybe
so,
we can just write it in the chat for later when he comes back.
Yeah. So sorry about the Ilias. We'll get back to you quickly here once we can resolve that, and hopefully he's ready. We'll go to the second speaker from Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, and another.
But I think we are seeing
Okay.
screen.
So Paweł, never mind. You'll 10 minutes. And please, Ilias, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry for that. I had to log out for a second there.
Sure.
All right. So I'm presenting to you a project that we've been working on for some time, and we're actually quite honored to be presenting here, as we're, I think, coming in as a bit of an outsider here, because this is very much a passion project from our side. So I wanted to take you back first quickly to where we're coming from and why we are in this passion project. Because both my brother and I, who you see in these pictures quite some years ago, are in very different industries as a day job. But going back to our childhoods, we, I think, as many of you may also have grown up very much being brought by our parents, brought by the environment in which we grew up to many of these historic places, had the pleasure of playing gladiator in the Colosseum when we were kids, or playing knights in their castles and learning all these stories throughout their childhood. And as we grew up, even in our day jobs, which allow us to travel a lot and bring a lot of people who are not so much in out of the academic world, maybe or didn't get that sort of historic context in their lives. And we oftentimes have the possibility to bring them to some of these local sites, sometimes in a foreign country, sometimes even in their own countries, and bring them along with the stories that we can tell that we have learned throughout our lives. And for many people, this is almost surprising to them that it's interesting, because they've learned history much in school, and that just meant learning years and numbers and names, and they don't really get the pleasure from it that we do, until someone brings them along and shows them these things and gives them the context that we and of course all of you can really see when we're there. Because for many of them, this is the reality of what they encounter when they go to a site like this. And of course, we cannot show it, or we cannot show everyone personally every site in the world. So my brother and I, on many of our holidays together, thought, how can we try and alleviate this problem and try to open this door for many of our friends and colleagues who don't really have this world. So that's how we came to develop the TimeLens app. And the concept of the app is that you can see around you the world as it looked, exactly the spot where you're standing, the world as it looked many years ago, in a very easy way. Now, we gave ourselves three important principles when developing this app or solving this problem. It had to be very inclusive, it had to be intuitive, and the app had to be enjoyable. I'd like to go into that a little bit. So with inclusive, we mean it has to be easy. So it doesn't matter if you are 8 or 80, if you're academically trained or absolutely never went to school, whether you are Chinese or French. The app should work for you. It should give you an idea of what you're doing, and it should make it as easy as understanding like this. This is what the world felt like, looked like. And secondly, it should be intuitive. And with that, we mean it should tell you something about what you're looking at without any extra context. We were very inspired by like the 19th century panoramas that were very popular then, where it doesn't really matter if you bring a child there, they might not exactly understand what they're looking at, but they're getting a story. They're getting some understanding, some feeling of the context that they're looking at, even without any words, without any further explanation. Something is being transmitted to you. And thirdly, it had to be enjoyable. Unlike what for many people history has become in their lives, it's a thing that they had to do for homework. It should be something as we do as kids. It's great to ask questions. It's exciting to find new things. It's exciting to discover things. And an app can definitely help with that. So we translated that into an app, which works essentially a little bit like an explorer would. So there's an exploration phase, then there's a discovery phase, and there's a collection phase. It's like an old archaeologist. So the app works primarily from a map perspective. So you're looking at a map for around so where you are, and X marks the spot like an old pirate map. There's things on the map. It is not clear to you as the viewer what those things exactly are. Here they are already unlocked, so you can see them. But normally there would be like mystery. There's something.
It's just to stop you 1 second, because we're stuck on the first slide. So are you switching slides?
Oh, really? Yeah.
Okay, because I wasn't 100% sure we're switching. So maybe the presentation is frozen.
Do you now see the whole screen?
We see the title screen. So.
Okay. Now?
Yeah. See it. Good. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize where we were going with it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're now moving through the slides.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Excellent, brilliant. Okay, so here's my brother in my picture. Then, and this is what for many people history feels like visiting those sites. It's not that much that you can gain from that. These are the principles. So the postcard, it should be easy. It should speak to you like a panorama, and it should be enjoyable. As I'm sure many of you have seen the craze of Pokemon Go around you as well. And so we translated to these three functions: the exploration, discovery, and the collection phase. And here you can see the prototype of the app. The actual one that you can download later is a little bit different, but this gives you a bit of an idea. So it's this map where you can see these points around you, and the points are places that you can discover. So you can go there. The app will not give you exactly how to walk there, but it will give you a general direction, and you can then find it like a treasure map. Only when you arrive at the actual location can you start discovering what we call the time spots, so the actual image. And this is also designed to activate you, to make you walk around a little bit further, explore something extra that maybe wasn't on your itinerary immediately. And then once you get to these spots, you get the discovery phase. So once you reach the spot, the app will give you a sign saying you found a time spot. And at that moment, you get a complete 3D image of what exactly the spot you are now standing at would have looked like in a different era. So it's completely filled with life. So it's the buildings that are being reconstructed, but much more importantly, maybe the life is there. So there's a story being told of what is going on. And the story is told entirely through images. In some cases, you would also be able to switch through time. So you could say, okay, this spot at the Acropolis in Greece, I can see it in Roman times, I can see it in Ottoman times, and you can see the progress through this. But it's always a spot where you are standing right now. Important for us is that it is the image. So again, this doesn't matter if you can read, if you understand a lot of it, it gives you quite a lot of information. And it gives you also a starting point for a conversation, maybe to ask someone, what do you think these people are doing? What's going on here? And that last part is also the sharing of the experience. We chose especially to use a phone, very easy device, no VR, make it as easy for people to use and it's easy for people to use together, so that the grandfather and his granddaughter can use it together and talk about what they're seeing rather than it being an exclusionary thing. And after that, once you have found the spots, you get a little badge that's gamified like that, so that you collect the spots that you have been at. Of course, you can show that to each other, and we also have use cases in which you can a teacher can use it to see if the students have visited all the spots and actually discovered the entire historic site. And once you have them, it is like your own little museum. So then when you're back home, you can look at the spots then and always revisit them once you've unlocked them. I also wanted, because I saw a lot of the projects that you have are technically far more impressive, of course, than ours. And we have, partially that is also a choice on our side. So we use a philosophy, Japanese philosophy of using what they call withered technology. So we're using a technology that is available to everyone. It's a very light app. You do not need internet at the moment. You don't need a very strong smartphone. Any older phone will also be able to run the app, so that it is as inclusive as possible for everyone. So it doesn't need to load the entire 3D model. It's a very simplified version of everything. It's also built to be an addition. So it should help tour guides, not replace tour guides. It should make an exhibition a little bit nicer, something extra. It should never try to replace anything. And especially for the institutions, it is very easy to implement. So it doesn't need a lot of staff. It doesn't need a high investment or anything. So that it is also for the smaller sites, as was mentioned earlier, is an accessible way of bringing this to life. And that's also, we've really built it for partnerships, so really for collaboration with others. We have two of the launching partners that we have here, and we have essentially two ways in which we cooperate. In the first case, which is here in the Netherlands, with the Bronze Age construct where we rebuilt that time. There we are really co-creating the entirety, the model and the images. For them, it saves them the app investment. They can only invest in content, nothing else. But we have another layer where we function far more as a platform, which will be launching in New York this summer, in collaboration with the New Amsterdam History Center and the historical in New York, where you can revisit New Amsterdam in the locations, which is now, of course, in downtown Manhattan. and these models are already there. So the models are entirely built by them. They've put years of work into that. And all we're doing is we're making it possible for them to see these models at the spot where they live. This is our little contribution to try and bring history back to life. 2 of these are already happening. The third one is one of it. It's a dream project where we also see that it's a way of telling a story that if you're standing in that spot and you can see that around you, a picture there can convey something that 1,000 words cannot. So if you are interested in testing it, if you're looking at it, you can this summer either in Greece around the Acropolis, here in the Netherlands for the Hunebed Centrum, or in New York City at New Amsterdam. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Yeah, very nice work on the app. Very cool. Appreciate you coming to share that with us. Great. And so or for anyone who joined late, we'll have a 20-minute session or maximum session for questions after the 4 presenters. So please don't hesitate to leave questions in the chat or hold them until then. Now we'll move to the second speaker of the session from PCSS, Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center. Again, very happy to have someone from there here. They're a founding member of Time Machine organization as well, here from the start. And we have Paweł Marciniak presenting PCSS Viewer, 3D Cultural Heritage Data in a Browser.
Can you see my screen? Thank you, Kevin, for the introduction. Are you able to see my screen?
I can see your screen, but I see myself.
Okay, and now?
Yeah, better, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would like to introduce you the PCSS Viewer. So a web-based tool developed by Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center within the 3D Big Data Space project. And the main purpose of the PCSS Viewer is to give cultural heritage professionals a quick way to display and to explore their 3D objects, 3D models directly in the browser without actually installing any additional software. PCSS Viewer has its origins, has its inspiration in one of the PCSS software, which is called the Libra, and which is de facto a digital library. Why the PCSS Viewer is technologically interesting? I don't want to jump into technological details. However, I'd like to highlight that we decided to use React library combined with Vite bundler. This is very popular modern front-end solution, and it can give you a really nice optimization in the context of your web browser. We have analyzed also the landscape of the 3D libraries in the browsers, and we decided to use Free.js library. It can give us WebGL browser performance, and it can handle also GLB and GLTF 3D files. I'd like to also highlight our choice regarding the styles. We decided to use Tailwind combined with React ARIA components. And React ARIA components, I believe, are currently one of the best, if not the best, UI components regarding the web accessibility standards. And they are also integrated with interaction with keyboards and other assistive readers. PCSS Viewer supports, as I mentioned, GLB and GLTF files. However, there is a possibility to write some extensions, and it should be possible to write your customized loader in order to handle other 3D files, like, for instance, OBJ. And now I would like to show you this PCSS Viewer. So maybe I will copy paste this URL. This is proper URL for accessing our tool. And when we access this URL, we see actually just the viewer, because it's just the viewer without the storage of any 3D model. So if I would like to add a 3D model, of course, I can manipulate with my URL and some URL params, which is perfectly fine. However, we designed also a special interface for that, and I can click change 3D object. Now I can copy paste a model. I've got an example here from Zenodo. It's from the collection of our colleagues from Hand Museum from Ireland. We have to wait a few seconds. Loading time, it always depends not only on the viewer, but also on the optimization of 3D model and on your hardware, surely. And I've got my 3D model here displayed via PCSS viewer. I can manipulate this model in some very basic way. So I can zoom in, I can zoom out, of course. I can do something with the mouse. If I would like to be sure what I'm doing, I can click on the question mark, and I've got really nice UX, UI manual, what to do with my mouse regarding this model. I can click on the options panel, and I've got some very basic features regarding working with 3D objects. So I can turn on auto rotate. I can turn on also wireframe model if it's necessary. I can change the color of the 3D model if I want to. If I would like to stop playing with the model, I can, of course, turn off all the functionality, all the features, and I click reset position, and I'm here. When I click take screenshot, I can take and download the screenshot immediately on my computer. And that's all regarding some basic functionalities. What is also exciting, I think, about PCSS Viewer is the possibility to work with the annotations. So I click here on the annotation panel. I can click add annotation. I can click on allocation of my model. I can add some titles, some description. Here I add the annotation. I can add another annotation in a different place, and another one. And now it's always also possible to track my annotation when I click on the title, so I can easily go to the proper annotation if I need to. Of course, I can delete all of this annotation. So what I also would like to show you is that PCSS Viewer is also compatible with mobile devices. So as you can see, the UI of PCSS Viewer is has some necessary adjustments regarding smaller devices. However, we have to remember that the smaller the device, the less visible the model is. However, maybe you've got some nice use cases for the some nice mobile first use cases. So PCSS Viewer can handle it also. Now I'd like to get back to my presentation. And what about the integration? I think this is really easy way to integrate PCSS Viewer with your software, with your website, for instance. So the effort from the institution is really minimal. You can embed PCSS Viewer via iframe. Here is the snippet of the code. All you have to do is to copy paste this snippet somewhere in the code of your application, and here is the variable regarding the 3D model ID, and that's all. PCSS Viewer was provided as an open source code. It is written in accordance with really good programming practices. if it comes to the functional programming in JavaScript. So I believe it is also possible to extend the code of PCSS Viewer in a really nice way if you need some customizations to suit needs. You don't have to log in, register in, or something like that. Generally, you don't need a user account. PCSS Viewer works directly in the browser. And if it comes to this annotations feature, so all of the annotations is stored actually in the local storage of your browser. So the annotations are saved per browser, not even per device, but per browser on your device. So if you clean manually your local storage, you will clean the annotations too. Here is the example of one of the integrations of PCSS Viewer. It was already integrated into a repository of 3D models and also repository of 3D viewers, which is called DFG Viewer, and it's operated by our colleagues from the University of Jena. And PCSS Viewer has been successfully integrated here without major problems. My final slide. So I would like to talk a little bit about our current deployments, maybe also a future next steps. So PCSS Viewer has already been used during the 3D workshops organized by me and my colleagues at PCSS headquarters in Poznań this year, so in February 2026. The workshops were dedicated for museums, libraries, and archives representatives. PCSS Viewer has also been used by our colleagues from Handmuseum in Limerick in Ireland during their demonstration lessons for high school students. So it was kind of educational scenario. We plan to integrate our PCSS Viewer with Europeana website. We also plan to organize some kind of online webinar within 3D Big Data Space project. And PCSS Viewer is actually using in the 2 new demo scenarios by colleagues connected with Time Machine organization. And these activities are also led in the Big Data Space project. These demo scenarios are in progress, and I believe that the results will be available soon. So as you can see, the technological readiness level is constantly increasing thanks to these demo scenarios, testing, feedback, and development. And this is all from my side for today. So I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. Yeah, so again, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat or keep them for after the next 2 speakers. And we'll keep things moving right along, try to maybe pick up some time. We have a presentation now from Isidora and Stanislava Jovanovic-Mindic from the Faculty of Technical Science of the University of Novi Sad. And forgive me if I get the title wrong. I hope I get it right. I'm not the technical guy in town. But they will be presenting 2x 3D cultural heritage visualization, 2x 3D CHwB, a case study of the gallery of Matica Srpska Serbian National Gallery.
Yes. Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hello. Yes, everything is fine. Yeah. Gallery of Matica Srpska, yes. I will share my screen. I will try to. Just a second. Could you see the presentation?
Yeah. You're sharing. I can't see the presentation yet.
No presentation yet.
See the speakers. I see the participants.
Just a sec. You don't see a presentation?
Not yet. I see just myself.
Okay. And now, do you see? Is something different?
I don't.
No, we don't see a presentation still.
Just a sec. And now?
Yeah, looks to be okay.
Okay.
Yes, yes. It's okay.
Now with the full screen. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity for this presentation of the work, which is actually a collaborative project of the Gallery of Matica Srpska as a museum of national art in Novi Sad, Serbia, with the Faculty of Technical Sciences at the University of Novi Sad. Today, my name is Stanislava, and I will present just briefly the history and the story about the Gallery of Matica Srpska. And after that, Isidora Đurić from the Faculty of Technical Sciences will present a concrete technical segment of our project. So at the very beginning, I will show you the home of our museum, which is in the city center of Novi Sad. The history about the gallery is connected with the history of Serbian people as well as of Matica Srpska as the oldest Serbian literary, cultural, and scientific institution. It was founded in 1847. For us, it's important the relocation to this building in the 1958, because with a new building we started to present a whole collection that was collected under the roof of Matica Srpska in a new building, and we presented all the artworks through the permanent exhibition. The focus of our permanent exhibition on displaying the Serbian art of the 18th, 19th, 20th century. And what is also important to mention that the first 2 decades of this century were marked by the modernization and transformation of the Gallery of Matica Srpska by setting up new standards in the professional work of the gallery, adaptation of the building, making a new permanent exhibition, and making a new educational and different projects based on the methodologically different approaches. So the milestone of our trying to find a way to better communicate with the audience is actually a new permanent exhibition opened in 2024. In this slide, you can see some of the programs we organized in the Gallery of Matica Srpska. We made lectures, educational programs for the children as well as the youngsters, special programs for the families, special events in our park and in the front of the gallery. For us also is important digital technologies, and we use the digital technologies just to somehow spread the idea about the artworks from our collection. So our great collaborator in this job is the Faculty of Technical Sciences in Novi Sad. And we collaborate almost 10 years, and we have a great success in different kinds of technological projects. For this story and this presentation is an important exhibition that was held in the Gallery of Matica Srpska in the beginning of this year. This is an exhibition, Art Collection of Matica Srpska. It is an exhibition that actually landmark jubilee of 2 centuries of Matica Srpska as the Serbian national literary, scientific, and cultural institution, as well as the founder of the Gallery of Matica Srpska. Here you can see some of the photos from the exhibition, but the main focus of our project is this beautiful sculpture that was made in 1934-1935 by the Serbian sculptor Vojislav Šikoparija. This sculpture was placed in the beginning of the exhibition. It's a female figure that holds 2 children in her hands. It's a symbolic sculpture because it's a visual metaphor of Matica Srpska as a cultural institution. So we can compare this sculpture and the symbolic value of this sculpture with Matica Srpska and her role in gathering Serbian people, as well as we can talk about Matica Srpska, that Matica has stood over Serbian culture, language, and national identity for 2 centuries. Because of her importance, because of her artistic value and symbolism, we wanted to talk more about this sculpture and to our audience offer some different experience of this sculpture. So we put the mirror on the wall, but as well as we produced something digital content that can bring that new experience for our audience. With this short historical and curatorial context in mind, I will now hand over the presentation to Isidora Đurić, who will explain more about the technical process behind the project. So thank you. I think that Isidora will connect after me with her presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my presentation?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Isidora Đurić. I am an assistant professor at the computer graphics chair at the Faculty of Technical Sciences, University of Novi Sad in Serbia. First of all, I would also like to thank you for the invitation to present our project. And I will just quickly introduce the context of the collaboration between Faculty of Technical Sciences and the Gallery of Matica Srpska. I've been collaborating with the Gallery of Matica Srpska since 2018. And for the last 5 years, I have coordinated joint projects with the Faculty of Technical Sciences, which are focused on digitization, visualization, and interactive presentation of cultural heritage. And as a result of our long-standing collaboration, we brought together most of our previous projects into a web application called Digital Gallery, which is available on the website of the Gallery of Matica Srpska. So today we are presenting the project we developed for the exhibition, the art collection of Gallery of Matica Srpska, which my colleague Stanislava has introduced. So the interactive digital experience was realized in collaboration with the digital solutions companies, Noctua CG and Depictive from Serbia. They actually developed the hardware and software solutions for this project. And the interactive digital experience we developed is called 2x 3D cultural heritage visualization, or double 3D, because it combines digitized 3D cultural heritage data with a hybrid presentation technology that links actually a 3D printed physical object with its digital counterpart using custom hardware solution in this case. Such a solution nowadays can be seen in the marketing or advertising industry, but to the best of our knowledge, it hasn't yet actually been applied to cultural heritage or museum artwork presentation. So the aim was to introduce an innovative and interactive mode of cultural heritage presentation. So the interactive experience presents the sculpture Matica Srpska, and the original sculpture from the gallery's collection was digitized using photogrammetry, which resulted in high-resolution textured 3D model, as you can see on the second image. Then this digital model was actually complemented by a hand-finished 3D printed replica. And the 3D printed replica was colored to emulate the original bronze appearance, as you can see here. So for the visualization of the sculpture within the exhibition, we developed a custom interactive application which integrates two parallel 3D representations, a 3D printed model, which is a physical model, and its synchronized digital replica. So in this way, visitors can manipulate the physical miniature while simultaneously observing the corresponding real-time interaction with the digital model on the large screen. As you can see, the visualization also includes metadata and some contextual information. Here you can see a short reel on the interactive experience. So due to the embedded sensor within the printed 3D model, the physical object is connected to the digital system. It can automatically detect when the user moves or manipulates the model and then show the matching digital 3D model on a large screen. Since original artworks cannot be touched, the idea was to allow visitors to interact with physical replicas while also exploring their digital versions on a large screen. Actually, the aim was to expand in some way contemporary exhibition practices to test new technologies and to introduce new forms of interaction in the museum environments, but also to enhance the accessibility and also to support a deeper understanding of cultural heritage through, let's say, this multisensory experience. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions or ideas for potential collaboration, you can contact us via provided email addresses. And if you have for some more information about software or hardware solution, you can contact our partner studios, Noctua CG and Depictive. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Isidora, and also to Stanislava. Really cool, really interesting. Yeah, enjoyed hearing about that. Yeah, so we have one more speaker left in this session, and then time for a few questions. So we can move on to Jordi Sabater-Mir from the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute of the Spanish National Research Council. He's also been a very important supporter of Time Machine over the years for quite a long time. So very happy to have you here to give a presentation on a framework for historical and archaeological recreations.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, no?
Yes.
Okay,
Welcome.
let me just
Nice to
see
see you.
if I can share the screen now. Okay. Are you seeing the screen?
It's coming, I think. Yeah, we got it.
This one, probably, no?
Yeah, it looks okay. You can make full screen. It should be fine.
Just a moment. I don't think that I was trying to share the other screen, and now, just a moment. Sorry.
No, don't worry.
Okay. Okay. Let me just reshare just a moment because I'm not sharing the right one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now I think you should see it full screen.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, great. You never know with Zoom.
Never do. So please welcome again and go ahead.
Okay, so thanks a lot for this opportunity. So what I will present is a work in progress that we are doing at our research lab. I'm a researcher at the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute that belongs to the Spanish National Research Council. And as you say, we are regular members from the 2020, so a few years now. Time flies, no? You know. So what I will present here is just a work that we are doing specifically in a research lab that we are building inside of the AAA. That is the Social Minds AI Lab. where we focus on the human-artificial entity interaction. So how humans interact with artificial entities. Here we are focusing on robots, okay, but also, and is the area where I'm working more, is in how humans can interact with virtual avatars, okay. So why this we think can be interesting for the community is because the idea is that we have seen a lot of very beautiful 3D models around, but all of them share one thing, that there's no anybody there. So they are just buildings, they are just the objects. Sometimes you see some avatars, but these scenarios coming alive is something that we think is lacking. So what we are proposing is a framework that, in fact, it has been designed in order to be used by firefighters to train, okay, so to train in scenarios, in emergency scenarios. But we think that it can be also used in a context of a museum, in a recreation of a historical or archaeological site. So the idea here is that the human that is in front of we tend to work with projections, okay, instead of virtual reality, because we think that virtual reality isolates people somehow. So we want this interaction that can be shared with several people, and also because we focus a lot on non-verbal communication with the avatar. So we need some kind of clear image of the human without glasses that can hide what the human is showing in with her face. So the idea is that we have the human in front of a projection, and the 3D world is like an extension of the real world. So the human is in front of that projection, and the avatars can approach, and the human can move on that virtual environment, where it is an extension. The real world is an extension of the virtual one. So the avatars inside of the virtual recreation can see the human outside using different sensors. We try to reduce the sensors as much as possible. So basically we're using cameras, microphones, so just to isolate a little bit the sound. And then we are trying also to experiment with some virtual trackers that you can easily wear in order to know about the orientation and what the human is looking at and some things like that. No, so the idea is that we have all these, and the user can interact with the avatars, asking questions, making some signals. For instance, this is used with the firefighters when they want to just give some commands to people to go there or something like that. So you can recognize these gestures, and then the avatar can react accordingly to that. No. So I will not go into the details, of course, of the architecture. We have no time, but just to show you the kind of technology we are applying here. Of course, this 5 years ago when we started to look at this, I mean, it was almost science fiction, because you know, all the revolution we have had lately with the LLMs and VLMs and all this stuff. But now we think that is a reality, something that we can be considered, something that can be even put in practice, to have a real conversation with an avatar that is in a virtual world in front of you. So we are using all kind of technology that we already know about, VLMs, in order to analyze the gestures of the user, ASRs, and to convert natural language. Then we are processing all of these using LLMs in order to generate that text that is appropriate for the context and the question. And then finally, we are translating this into a final movement of the avatar that somehow tries to express also these emotions, in case they are, and also using not just the gestures but also the prosody. Okay, so you can the tone of the voice can be adjusted to according to what the avatar is saying. So apart from these technologies that we are applying for the interaction avatar human, of course, there is all the infrastructure that is necessary in order to run a simulation with different avatars. And here our experience with multi-agent systems and autonomous agents comes in hand. So where we have all the infrastructure that to run these avatars, so they can speak among them, can speak with a human, can interact with the environment, perceive the environment, and all this stuff. One important aspect here also is that we try to separate what is the simulation from what is the front end. So we can target different platforms at the end for the visualization. At this moment, we are targeting Unreal Engine, and specifically we're using MetaHumans for the avatars. But we have been working also with Unity, and we apply. We in the future probably we can connect with Godot or other game engines in order to be able to adapt to different scenarios where perhaps you don't need a high graphical recreation, but you need performance. No, so then some engines are better for one thing or the other. So just to show you an example, I'm sorry I don't have videos here because we are still a work in progress and there's nothing that we can show really in this short time. But basically here what we are seeing is what we are doing with firefighters. So imagine this, but instead of a crash accident or a fire or something like that. So think about, I don't know, a 3D nice reproduction of a palace or something like that with courtesans walking around, okay? And then the first example that where we want to try this in this context is an experience that we had a few years ago. In this time was with using virtual reality, where we recreated an archaeological site here in Catalonia that is called La Draga. That is in a little bit north in Catalonia, and we recreated archaeological site, and well, it was this was also in a game using virtual reality that was an itinerant exposition that was shown in several museums in Catalonia. But at that time, it was just the empty recreation, and with almost no avatars, or basically just simple avatars that were just reproducing some kind of animations. And we want to move this so using this new technology where you can interact with the avatars and you can ask questions about what they are doing and what is going on in that scenario. So just to summarize, trying to be quick, is that what we are doing is we are developing a framework that allows to simulate and populate 3D historical archaeological environments. This is a work in progress, okay? But what we are trying to apply is the latest technology in AI, is what we are experts on. So users can interact in real time with the 3 avatars through natural language and realistic nonverbal communication. So while this platform, as I say, is still in development, so we are exploring use cases, historical scenarios, and projects where this technology can add value. So thank you very much, and I hope it can be of your interest.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's always great to see the advancements and the new things you're doing, and thank you again, of course, as a regular member of Time Machine Organization. You help us to be able to put on our knowledge sharing events like this one and other things. So really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And so yeah, that brings us to the question and answer period of this session. So we have well, we're kind of in the middle of the timing what we had. We do have time for some questions, so we can see. I don't know if I don't see any in the chat. Maybe raise your hand if you have a question, or perhaps Isabella or Beatrice.
If you want, we can start with the question. This is actually relevant for all the speakers of this session. And so we were noticing how there is one element that emerged from all the presentations in this section, and it was the importance of storytelling when we want to build interaction. So we wanted to ask you which are for you the most important aspects or challenges that you saw to achieve this storytelling aspect when creating a 3D experience. And also, since the last presentation was also very inspiring in terms of what the future brings, what do you think will be the most interesting things that in the future will help us make storytelling more and more prominent when making 3D experiences?
Wants to start?
I don't know, perhaps if you want a So from the point of view of what I've been presenting, I mean, storytelling, I mean, is an essential part of what we are trying to propose, because of course, I mean, you don't want an avatar that says everything, whatever, no? So this is one of the problems that we are facing, is that because, as you know, LLMs are hallucinate a lot, and especially in situations where you have few information, that usually happens in this kind of historical scenarios. So, and in this sense, for instance, we have been working with the Università di Campania in a project in order to try to put some guardrails to the LLMs. So what they provide somehow is tested against an ontology that has been provided by experts in order to provide truthful information. So they do not invent things, because if not, you have the risk that they start to dialogue with the user, and they start to say nonsense, or they start inventing things. I don't know, this character had 2 sons. No, because they don't have the information. So mixing ontologies, the old technology of ontologies, together with RAG, so where you can feed the system with documents talking about that specific scene. In the Università of Campania, they have developed this system that somehow constrains the LLM in order to answer and give an answer that is according to the context and the reality, of course.
Thank you. Yeah, it does make sense. And I think this is one key element that we are also facing the more that we want to integrate agents and this sort of elements around cultural heritage. Elias, if you want to go next.
Yeah, I find it a very interesting dilemma indeed between, on the one hand, staying as true as possible to the reality, and on the other hand, conveying what someone in the modern world should feel. So we have this in images where we're trying to convey a place that should feel very busy. Let's say the Parthenon during the Panathinaik procession to an ancient Greek in that context would feel like a very busy event. But if you show a modern person the amount of people that are realistic, that would not feel like a particularly busy event if you've been to Hong Kong airport in your life, for example. So to find that sort of, how do we translate, this is a huge city and an incredibly busy environment, unlike anywhere on earth, to, that is what it would have felt like for an ancient Greek to be here. It's a very difficult and sensitive conversation also with curators to find that middle ground.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like having this mediated content in a sense with experts that can also give some information that sometimes can normally not be immediate to people seeing a scene. But I think like what you showed is really nice for the fact that it's really accessible. It makes things very easy for anyone to really feel immersed in the past.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if someone else wants. Rajmonda, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a question about those presentation and generally for all. How do you balance historical accuracy with the need to create engaging digital experience? I just want to know the practice they use.
Well, I think that is crucial. I mean, because at the end, what we are showing, we want to show the reality. I mean, what the historical facts are. We don't want to invent something. We are not making a movie here, I think, no? So it's really important that, for instance, again, thinking about what we are doing, that the guideline that the avatars follow is the script, or is the what the historians or archaeologists want to show. I mean, we don't want some kind of Disneyland in this sense, no? So we want something that fit the. But this doesn't mean that has to be entertainment. So I mean, you can have both. But I think that the priority here is the historical accuracy in this sense, no? And for this, I mean, in our case that we are come from technology, this interaction, of course, with the real knowledge that comes from historians or archaeologists is crucial. For instance, for the La Draga, we were working with the University Autónoma, the Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona, where we are physically placed, with the archaeology group that are digging in the site. So they were directing everything, so in the sense saying how the houses were, how the place looked, and everything. So we were just following orders in this sense, because what we want at the end is the recreation of that space as it was in the ancient times.
Yeah. In the not mine. No. I don't know. The same time is I'm sorry, there's a Larsen effect, or maybe not. Okay. No, just for adding something else, because it's also interesting for us from the time machine perspective from the beginning. It's difficult to reconstruct the past in its whole perception, right? So because there's not only objects. So when we want to, and when we can, as Jordi, of course, mentioned, through the LLMs or VLMs, so when we try to recreate the texture of the past, it's more difficult. Try to don't have this iconoclastic approach, which the risk is that we are not really capable to show something that is not already validated by scholarship. So that's the tricky point, that maybe not everything can be validated or can be assessed in a scientific way. And that's why is of course it's complex, also because there's Cordula, of course, it's true. So a lot of this recreation is part of an interpretation, an interpretative process. In some cases also the interpretation can diverge. And so what we are recreating reality, maybe not, or we are just recreating what the scholarship has raised, and reenact for us in terms of knowledge. So that's a very interesting point. And of course, it was something just a little bit epistemologic 10 years ago, still a little bit abstract, but now that the technology brings us in a hard way to be confronted to this, that's probably, as you very well mentioned, will be one of the main problem or main issues for the next years. And this, yeah, sorry, it was just a consideration, because all of us, we work with the past recreation, and we were from the beginning very touched by this question, what we do. So we approach as an iconoclastic vision, so nothing out of the scholarship can be reconstructed. Or maybe we try to add, of course, to also explain that there's a lot of nuance in this accuracy of the recreation. Yeah, I think that it's good. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, other. Paweł, yes.
Yes, I can try answer your questions, Beatrice, about the storytelling, and another question about this comparison between the historical approach and accuracy regarding the technology. I think compared to other tools, PCSS Viewer is quite simple and universal tools, but I believe that the power of this tool, the real benefit, is the simplicity. And our approach is not to maybe create directly some kind of storytellings and so on, but to provide others with the technology that can help the creation of the storytelling interactions. And that's why I intentionally show you this feature regarding the tracing of the annotations, yes, because it was kind of the, you know, like the work of the text with the moving the camera, yes. So for now, obviously, this annotation feature in our viewer is very simple. However, we would like to work on this feature to enrich this annotation and so on. And I believe that our approach is more regarding the providing of the necessary tools for creating different storytellings. Yes, so yeah, this is what I would like to add.
Thanks.
Okay. So we are at the end of the first, second session, right? So just to be, check. Kevin, it's up to you too. So there's the lunch break.
So I think good. We managed to pick up some time there right at the end, so we didn't eat our entire lunch break, as tends to happen sometimes in these meetings. Well, not our meetings, online meetings in general. So I guess we're good to break for lunch now. We'll be back online at 2 o'clock to continue with the next session.
Yeah, we just wanted to also remind, we're going to, so you're going to have this reminder if you want to test the ingest assistant. This is the occasion. Today it's open for you to test. And at the end of the day, we will have a brief moment of wrapping up the day, but also discussing a bit on your opinions, on whether you had any difficulties and feedbacks, or if you want to stay in contact with us for future collaborations on this topic.
So for those who can stay, it's a pleasure to see you at 2 o'clock. And for the others, many thanks for your presentations. We are keeping in touch. Absolutely, it's important. And we also open to discuss with you directly in a one-to-one meeting, maybe for understanding how we can give more impact to your research and your activities. Many thanks. It was a pleasure, and see you at 2 o'clock.
See you.
Hello, Nadia.
Right. I was waiting patiently for exactly 2 o'clock to give my welcoming back to everyone from this morning, and also to some new faces who come just for the afternoon session. Maybe I'll leave it to perhaps Isabella and Beatrice to do a more profound welcoming, if that's what they had in mind.
Yeah, sure. Many thanks, Kevin. So we are here again for the afternoon session. Many thanks for everyone who just logged in for joining us, and many thanks for the others that are still there from the morning. We are here, just a brief recap. Isabella Di Leonardo, it's me, local time machine, time machine coordinator for local time machines project and research. And then Beatrice Vaienti, local time machine manager. Kevin Baumer, the executive manager, and also it's a pleasure to see Juha, that is also the partnership manager for Time Machine. Juha Eriksson. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I see you in the screen videos. A brief recap of some things that we already have covered this morning. We are here because part of you have participated to the showcase, to the 3D big data space call, specifically the call about data synergy and the other about outreach synergy, so with a lot of participations. Maybe Beatrice, I give you the floor for explaining more a bit in detail what happens.
Yes. So as Isabella was saying, we had this idea that this amount of very high quality projects needed a place to come together and to be shown. And we're very happy that you were interested and accepted to participate today. We have another upcoming funding opportunity, very similar to the previous one, this time within the European project 3D4CH. This time the focus is on the training activities. The funding opportunity will open in September and close at the end of the month, and we'll award 6 projects this time with 5K each. If you want to have a look at how the competence center created by 3D4CH looks right now, you can already have a look at the competence center. It's being built. And this is a bit the occasion of becoming part of it and integrating your training activities inside of this broader European initiative. Just to give you a bit of information before the call is published, the idea will be for you to propose training activities and hands-on activities that will be aligned with one of the 6 modules of 3D4CH. As you can see, the modules actually cover basically all the aspects around the creation of 3D heritage, 3D models of cultural heritage. Another brief reminder, we'll have an event, a joint event between EIT Culture and Creativity North Hub and the Time Machine organization in Aarhus. And in that occasion, we will also present the Time Atlas, but also have you participate in workshops around its development and applications. In this context, I will give you some quick information on what is the Time Atlas. The Time Atlas stems from the will from our side to finally have a way of integrating and making searchable in the same place all the richness of information that comes from the several local time machines in the network. And it's basically a way to navigate in heterogeneous historical data through time and space. So it works as a search engine mainly. It aggregates all the richness and elements that the various local time machine projects create and encodes those as points in space and time, POIs, which are always linked to their original sources and data providers. We are not taking the data. The idea is really to make your data searchable among the data of potentially other cultural heritage institutions and professionals. At this moment, we have around 80,000 historical records and 130,000 points of interest. The number is growing, and we hope that you will also contribute in making your data searchable in this platform. Today, you have the chance of testing a bit the collaboration and the way of showcasing your data inside of the Time Atlas, because we're testing out a new ingest assistant. In this case, it works for 3D models, so we are testing it with you since you are all experts of 3D. And just to give you a brief overview of how it works, basically, it's both a chat and a form. You can either decide to chat with the bot, so with the agent, or to manually insert information on the right in the form. They work at the same time. In this case, I'm telling the agent that I want to create to submit 2 reconstructive phases of the San Marco Basilica in Venice. So to, let's say, source-based reconstruction. The agent now creates 2 objects in this case, and I can upload the related 3D model. It doesn't matter which format exactly it is in. We tried to be as, let's say, open as possible, because the model itself is then being converted and compressed into GLB. So once I have submitted my 3D models, I can interact with the agent to make sure that I insert all the necessary metadata in my submission bundle. We need, for instance, dates. The time range is a mandatory field. And in this case, I ask the agent to actually derive that from the names of the dataset itself, of the 3D model. And the next thing that I am asked is to pick a location. So I can use the map and pick a point. This will be used to then locate the object in the atlas. And in this case, for instance, I know that also the second object is in the same location. So I ask the agent to do that for me. So to apply the same location of the first model also to the second. What happens now is that finally the coordinates are applied also to the second object. I am asked how were the 3D models created. In this case, they are both manual reconstructions. So I can tell this to the agent, or either set the acquisition mode manually in the objects of my dataset. And in this case, I also tell the agent, for instance, that I do have a CSV, which describes the process for the first file. The agent will now propose me how to continue. So it asks me, okay, you can actually upload your CSV below, which is what I do now. By uploading this CSV, I can basically reuse any prepared metadata that I have for my dataset. The agent takes care of interpreting how to assign it and wants me to check that it makes sense. For instance, now it sees that in my CSV, I had my author name, the methodology I used, and the processing software that I have been using. And I can also say, actually, the same values apply also for the second object. And I can use the agent to basically propagate information also to other objects without having me to manually go and type in everything. Another important aspect are sources and links to your work. So for instance, the agent here is asking me if I have any sources about the dataset. For instance, I am giving here a paper that is actually a source that describes the process of creating the model. And then I also give a DOI that instead represents the published dataset itself. And both are fine. And one thing that we want to stress is that all these metadata aspects that are, let's say, not related to the time range, location, and the object itself are free for you to tailor. It depends on the specificities of your dataset. One important thing is, of course, a name of the dataset and the description of the dataset. Here's an example of how I can also do this in a lazy way. Let's say I'm asking the agent to actually derive the short description of the dataset directly from the abstract of the paper that describes the dataset itself. This is completely possible, and the thing that we would ask you if you're interested in trying to push your data to the Time Atlas is really to see how, if it is comfortable for you to have this kind of helper agent. In this case, the agent then lastly asks me if there is a specific license that I want to attach to this dataset. I confirm that CC BY 4.0 is fine. And this information will be then inserted by the agent inside of license and rights. Now, it asks me to finally check if the dataset is correct. I could also decide to add many more metadata fields. It really depends on what I have on my dataset. And now I'm free to submit it for review. One important element is that today this ingest assistant is available. This doesn't directly go to the Time Atlas itself. It's a filtered process on our side where we will have a look at your submissions and normally come back to you with questions and potentially ask you how to better incorporate and showcase your data in the Atlas. If you want to test it out, you can create a Time Atlas account just by going in the link. It will open this account creation. And you can test it out if you have a specific data set of one or more 3D models or point clouds that you would like to test out and showcase in the future. And of course, the metadata related to this data set. Finally, before I will close with this. If instead you have a larger data set of another type that is not necessarily related to 3D, but you would like to showcase that, don't hesitate to contact me or Isabella, and we will try to have a conversation with you on how to best show your work. If you have a project that documents the past of a territory and you didn't do it already, we recommend you to build a local time machine project. It's easy. You can use this link or the QR code. And it really helps us also knowing what you are doing, what you're building, and where.
And thanks to Rajmonda for the questions in the chat. Yes, the ingester will be open also the next days. So it's really important for us to try to test it and to have a lot of feedbacks from your side. So please try next days to do if it works, and then we can also discuss together about what will the results with this ingestion testing session. Thanks. Now I'll give the floor to Kevin again, maybe for introducing the first presenter of this afternoon. Please, sure. Kevin.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you both again for presenting that. And yeah, we look forward to receiving input from everyone in the room. So please do go on in the coming days and participate there. So now we're on to session 3. 3D documentation, sources, loss, and memory. Again, we have, I believe, 4 speakers. So similar to this morning, first one up is Nadia Stamatova, who I believe I saw in the room, from Architectural Spies, presenting augmented reality as a mediator of collective memory and a framework for source-based 3D reconstruction of lost urban heritage. So very interesting. Looking forward to hearing what you have to say. So please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me? Yes. So, firstly, I want to show you the awards that this project, Invisible City, received the previous week. So, probably
we see it, yeah.
It is seen. Can you see it?
We can, yeah, indeed. Congratulations.
Yeah. The best holiday in Bulgaria. It is the day of the Bulgarian culture and alphabet, 24th of May, and it received the award, the biggest cultural award in the field of the culture in our region of Varna. You see in the poster, it is on Bulgarian language. Nevidimiat grad. Ne, it means no. Vidim is visible. So it is, we did an interface to make the invisible visible. This is the map. This is the map. It is physical map of the central part of Varna. The map is long 2.5 meters. The scale on this part is 1 to 1,500. And in these balloons, we see orthophotos of now temporary situation of these places. These are the 6 locations we did. It is good that we won grant for develop this project for this year. We'll add more 5 objects. So it is a fragment of the map. We've put 3D printed models of these buildings. These are already not existing building. This in lighting, it is the model is about 30 centimeters long. It is the public bath called the mushroom. It is from the period of modernism. In the time of socialism, it was constructed. Left side, you see on the front the former Turkish consulate. And on the back side, it is Cape Varna, and it was in the top of Cape Varna, a house. This house of Brother Tedeschi, they were consulates of Austro-Hungarian Empire in the time of Ottomans ruling of our city. And also they were consuls of France. This is the homepage of the application Invisible City. You see here tests. It is our studio where I am broadcasting now. And this is Brothers Tedeschi house. So in this project participated some institutions. Firstly, the beneficiary is the Chamber of Architects in Bulgaria, our local regional colleague, Varna. It was funded by Fund Culture at Varna municipality. These 2 organizations, Union of Architects in Bulgaria and Federation of Scientific and Technical Unions, gave their calls for making exhibitions there. We have here a small 10 people society, architecture and augmented reality. We started this project here. And also the archive was collected by representatives of Varna Historical Architectural Society Heritage. This is a list of all the team. The most of them are architects, some engineers, and interns also from abroad. One came from Greece. Actually, he is from Nigeria, and other interns from Turkish universities. One is Turkish and another one from Pakistan. For the next stage, if someone intern on Erasmus, for example, is interested, welcome. What were the aims of this project? Mainly look on the third one to reveal the beauty of our city, because some very beautiful houses, for example, these three you see here, they were demolished. Now on this place is expected Varna municipality to announce a big international competition. What should do there? But please know there are archaeological excavations into the place of so-called the Big Dig. These are the locations. The mushroom is here. There are some houses. This is the potato house. This is the family house. And this is two family houses. This is the location of Big Dig. And this is here the two buildings, Turkish consulate and Tedeschi brothers house. We did 6 posters. The mushroom bath, private house. The next one, so-called potato house, it was emanation of this process of demolishing cultural heritage buildings in our city. Yes, it is strange. Varna municipality was defending the building 12 years after its illegal demolishing. There were court processes, but finally municipality lost this process. This is the Big Dig. This is a silhouette. All these buildings were demolished. Tedeschi brothers house, Turkish consulate, and these are 2 private buildings. It's interesting that this building, after we found very limited information about this building, but after the project was gifted to Museum of New History of Varna, the grandson of the owner found us, and he presented his archives. So this is part of archive of this person. Also, other people started to give us calls. They kept the family archives. So, and I'm showing, maybe I will slide because the time passes. See, this is in now the project is in the hall of the Museum of New History of Varna, and this this video was done by the staff of the museum. So I'm sliding, but you can obtain detailed information about each one of these 6 locations. Still mushroom bath. So it is this building, it was put in fire 2 times while it demolished. So still nothing is constructed there, but there is a project. It is the potato house, I said it is elimination of this process. So on Saturday, between Saturday and Sunday in the night, it was demolished. And in the morning, we realized it was not already there. It is Brothers Tedeschi house that I saw here. Maybe once I missed this. This is the Big Dick. Brothers Tedeschi house. So important political contracts of the Ottoman Empire was signed there, just in this house. This is the former Turkish consulate. Now there is nothing will be the street, the boulevard will be widened. And this left house, I spoke about this, that the grandson of the owner brought their archive. So thank you. Now how I should manage.
Thank you so much for sharing your city, Varna, and the great work you're doing. Yeah, very, very impressive, and congratulations again on the award.
Just how to stop sharing. Share, but how to stop sharing. Thank you for the help.
All fun. Thank you again. Appreciate that. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, wasn't here this morning, there's a slot for questions at the end after 4 speakers. We have a 20-minute slot. So please hold your questions until then, or you can enter them in the chat, one or the other. So with that, we can quickly move on to the next speaker. We have Francesca Condorelli from Free University of Poznań. Should be presenting Reconstructing the Unseen, AI-driven 3D modeling of cultural heritage from a single image. Interesting. Please, floor is yours. Start anytime you wish.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Just a moment that I'm trying to share my screen. Sorry, but I have a problem. Just a moment.
No problem.
Okay. Okay, so now I think that you can see it, right?
Looks like it's coming.
Okay. So
not here yet, but it's slowly exploding.
It's okay, right?
Not yet. I get. Wait, there it comes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so hello, let me introduce myself. I am Francesca Condorelli, and today I'm going to present a novel technical pipeline for the digital 3D reconstruction of architectural, archaeological, and natural heritage from minimal visual data, specifically single view image using artificial intelligence algorithms. The presentation is divided into 4 main parts. So after an introduction in which setting the aim of the research, the proposed workflow will be presented. And after that, the main results will be discussed considering the impact and implication, in particular from a technical and cultural point of view. So the preservation and study of cultural heritage are crucial for understanding historical processes. However, a significant portion of this knowledge remains confined to archives in form of photographs, sketches, and technical drawings. And these records pose a major challenge to their two-dimensional nature and the difficulties associated with reconstructing accurate 3D representation of historical structure. And despite the advances of digital reconstruction techniques, significant challenges remain whenever traditional surveying is hindered by the scarcity of data, and in such cases, the absence of a comprehensive dataset poses a major obstacle to accurate digital reconstruction, demanding innovative methodology capable of working with incomplete or indirect sources to generate three-dimensional reconstruction. And since photogrammetry is not applicable in this context, until now, the only way to obtain a 3D model starting from one picture is the time-consuming manual process. So the great innovation of this research is in automating this workflow through AI. By enabling single image 3D reconstruction, artificial intelligence accelerates the modeling process, reduces human error, and ensures a greater reproducibility. So this represents a major step forward. In fact, AI does not simply replicate manual methods, but transform them into a faster and more efficient approach. So let's move on the technical part, and later I'll show you some examples and case studies in which the proposed methodology was really effective. So recent AI-driven approaches have expanded the possibility of 3D reconstruction from sparse or incomplete data. Notable advances include neural radius field and Gaussian splatting, which offer photorealistics or real-time reconstruction with reduced computational cost. The release of open source repository and pre-trained models has further accelerated this integration and also in heritage studies, even when working with the minimal visual evidence. Among all the algorithms that are available, I selected 3 Podetisa transformer-based model that efficiently generates detailed 3D meshes from a single image, showing strong potential for cultural heritage application. And compared with other state-of-the-art methods, it offers the best balance between reconstruction quality, speed, and minimal input requirements, enabling real-time mesh generation and rapid prototyping. Although single image reconstruction may still produce some geometric inaccuracy, the model performs when combined with expert validation. At the moment, new algorithms have recently released, but they are currently still on testing phase. So I'll let you know these new algorithms in the next month, I hope. So this is the proposed workflow that outlines a structured methodology for reconstructing artifacts from a single image. And let's see it more in more detail. So the first one, the first step is the collection of high-resolution PNG images of selected artifacts, sourced either from museum archives or in digital platforms such as Europeana, or captured manually. And each image underwent pre-processing to remove the background and isolate the object of interest using masking and semantic segmentation techniques. The second step is the reconstruction and relies on the TRIPO algorithms, which infers geometry and surface density from minimal input in order to reproduce the final mesh. And following reconstruction, the raw meshes undergo geometric optimization to correct occlusion, asymmetries, and surface imperfection, and using also tools open source such as MeshLab or Cloud Compare. And validation represents the final and critical stage of the pipeline. Reconstructed models are cross-referenced with the museum records or with the expert evaluation. When historical architecture plan or previous survey exist, results were evaluated through metric comparison as model validation step. So this is the first case study that explored the application of AI-based method for generating spatially consistent 3D models from archival imagery, historical photographs and drawings available in digital libraries such as Europeana, but also other libraries. And in particular, the research investigates how AI can interpret and reconstruct lost or modify architectural elements. So as case study to implement this methodology was chosen the fort of Fortress in South Tyrol. All this material is available in Europeana, and this is a fort in which this is particular of interest because there are 3 architectural elements, the bridge and the and a cannon inside the fort. At the moment they are no more existing, but the last one, that is the chapel inside the fort, is existing, and it is also available a recent survey. So this is, as you can see here, this is the chapel, and the model obtained are consistent with the source image, although they have some small imperfection in texture due to the low quality of the initial image, and also the presence of some detail that are lost. They are not clearly visible in the model. And these are the 2 pictures of the bridge, and also here the algorithm succeed in the processing. And this is the cannon, and in this case I use a sketch for the processing, but the results is still very realistic. And this is the evaluation step. Although this step is not always possible, but in this case we did a photogrammetric survey of the chapel. So as you can see here, also the analysis showed that a strong match in shape and proportion, confirming the method's reliabilities. This is another case studies concerning the digital reconstruction of Hansen Coptic game. That is a table game from the Byzantine period. And even if all these games are stored in different locations, they are very similar in shapes and dimension. And this was really interesting because with another group of archaeologists, we need to reconstruct, to survey a game that was stored in a museum in Ukraine that at the moment it is not available due to the war condition. And so we use other similar games, for example, from Louvre Museum, as this one, for the reconstruction in order to have this 3D model as reference. And also here we had available all an image, and as you can see here, both the entire game and some pieces succeeding, the algorithm succeed in the reconstruction, even if there are some imperfection, for example, for the holes, because there are too many holes. But also in this case, it is from a drawing. It was very interesting because I succeed in the reconstruction, for example, of these other pieces. And the last project is this one, that is in collaboration with the Natural Museum in Poznań and the Free University of Poznań. And in this case, it's the museum have stored these kind of natural specimens. So, for example, butterfly and other animals that are very, very thin, or plants. And as you know, I think that you know that with photogrammetry is impossible to reconstruct the objects that are of these. This kind of object. Also here you can see that also plants succeed in the 3D model reconstruction, and we use all this model for a real-time exhibition, immersive exhibition in the museum. So to sum up some results, the accuracy of this AI-based 3D reconstruction mainly depends on the quality of the input image, the architectural complexity, and also the training data set of the algorithms. So high resolution and symmetrical structure produce more reliable models, while irregular forms, low quality images, and strong shadows can introduce distortion and reconstruction error. And finally, to conclude, the proposed method provides a scalable and semi-automatic approach to reconstructing historical environments, providing especially useful in contexts where documentation is scarce, such as war or damaged buildings or heritage sites that have been historically neglected. So AI-based reconstruction offer innovative possibility for cultural heritage preservation, but they also raise questions about reliability, since algorithms predict geometry telemetry from training data that may contain biases, for example, or inaccuracies. For this reason, reconstruction should be supported by transparent documentation and interdisciplinary validation. Future developments include integrating metadata in multi-media reconstruction, as well as using digital models in virtual museum, AR and VR application, interactive platform. But overall, AI-driven reconstruction enables faster, more accessible and scalable digitalization cultural heritage, supporting both research and public engagement with the past. So this is the end of my presentation, and I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much, Francesca. Really appreciate that. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, and I guess we'll just keep it moving right along. As I mentioned earlier, I will have a chance for questions after the next two speakers. So
yes,
so please, for everyone, hold your questions until then, or you can add them in the chat, and we'll get to it in a couple of minutes, well, 20 minutes. So next speaker we have, we're happy to welcome, is Manik Tadevosian from TMO Center for Creative Technologies. Thank you for being here, and they're here to present the Armenian Heritage Scanning Project. So looking forward to
Hello to
hearing more.
everyone. I'm very happy to be here and also to have this opportunity to present, first of all, our project, but also discover other projects. So I will try to share my screen. Give me just a second.
Sure.
Sorry, I have some issue. Yeah, just a sec. I will resolve it in 1 minute.
Okay. Okay, so we'll give her 1 minute, and if somehow it doesn't work out, we can go to the next speaker. Let's see how she does. Always never easy, the constant 6-hour Zoom meetings. Always running into one or two difficulties. Actually, I noticed, Scott, I don't believe we met, but you're joining from Australia. Is that correct?
Yes, from Australia. Thank you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, great having you here. That's yeah, true commitments. Actually, I don't know what time is it in Australia right now.
It's 10:41 p.m.
Yeah, well,
evening.
that's okay.
That's not too bad.
No, could be worse. Yeah. So Manik, any luck? So maybe we can, if our next speaker is ready, we can, wait, there she is, maybe.
Yes, I'm here. Maybe I will give the floor to the next speaker if it's fine for her, and I will try to resolve this issue. I'm very sorry for that.
No problem. So I see our next speaker is here. So hopefully she's okay to speak. It's Saga Louise.
Hi everyone. Yes,
from
maybe share
Somali
my screen.
Architecture, presenting architecture and migration 3D documentation of Mogadishu's built heritage as a tool for diaspora reconnection. Super interesting. So please, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Looks like it's loading. There you go. Yep.
I would like to present it in. Okay, here we go. So hello everyone, my name is Saga, and I hope you can hear me well. Yes, everything's fine. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, good. Thanks.
Great. So I've been working for Somali architecture for about 3 years now, and today I'm very glad to share our work with you. So this presentation would be structured in 3 main points. First, I will be telling you who we are and what we're doing. Then I will discuss on how work around the diaspora engagement, specifically how architecture connects to spatial memories and identity. And finally, I will explain our place within the time machine networks and what we hope to build together. So who we are. So Somali Architecture is an independent non-profit organization dedicated to documenting and promoting Somali's built heritage. We do this through 3D models, VR headset, and historical research, archival work as well, and international exhibition. So our first exhibition took place in London in 2018. Since then, we have been touring like internationally to America, to Kenya, to France as well, and Italy. And our most recent exhibition was held during the London Festival of Architecture. That was in June 2025. So for those exhibitions, for that exhibition, sorry, for the last one in London, last June, we were thrilled to collaborate with Mohammed Mahmoud, who's the founder of Somali Sideways. So this is a project that collects and shares the lives of the lived experiences, of people from the diaspora. And the collaboration gives our architectural work a very human dimension, which is essential to everything we do, obviously. So this is precisely why we choose to name our exhibition series Architecture and Migration. The title is to reflect the surprise, the diverse, and often unexpected path that the Somali communities have taken across the world. So architecture in this context is not just about like buildings, but it's also trace people, what they leave behind, the environments they come from, and the memories they're carrying with them. So particularly with Mogadishu built heritages, the Mogadishu's built heritage is very fragile. So much has been damaged or lost since the conflict in the 1990s, even though some renovation have been made. But documenting it is like in many ways an act of preservation against like forgetting. So during our exhibition, we organized the space into like 4 main sections. The first is an historical timeline, which plays the buildings and the cities in their broader context. The second is like a world map that traces the roots of the diaspora, showing just how far and wide the Somali communities are distributed today around the world. And the third section, let me play this video here. So the third section in our exhibitions presents like the architectural model themselves, which are the masterpiece of the exhibition. And the fourth part is the VR headset, which allow the visitors to experience the street of Mogadishu in an immersive way, like you can see in this video. Our most recent achievement has been to connect all of those individual models into a unified digital representation of the historical center of Mogadishu that could take place here before the 1990s. Video is a bit long, so I'm just going to cut it. Can go, yeah. Yes. So about my personal journey, since I began working with Somali architecture, I've had the opportunity to meet like an extraordinary range of people, such as like researchers, curators, museum professionals, architects, and community members across the diaspora. And it has been a remarkable journey for me, both professionally and personally. And what has struck me most is encountering those people who share the same fundamental motivation as I do, which is the desire to claim our culture and our history, to make it visible and to build connections with the wider world. We come from different backgrounds and different countries. I myself mix some Somali and French, but we are united by the conviction that spatial memory and identity are essential to build strong confidence community. Yes. So our work is rooted in showing the historical buildings of Mogadishu, as I said, and exploring the relationship they have within the world. So what makes Mogadishu particularly fascinating is the layer of its actual history. The city began to develop scientific connection with the outside world as early as the 9th century through interaction within the Indian Ocean, but also with the Arabic Peninsula. Later, during the Italian colonial period, new typologies were introduced, such as arch, colonnades, a cathedral, administration buildings, which left also a visible mark in the urban fabric. And having images in mind, being able to see these places is a powerful way to connect the diaspora community and the children born with them to concrete and physical heritage. So we are living in an era of digital exhibition, and museums are increasingly exploring how those technology can extend their reach, right? So we have been part of that shift from the very beginning, particularly through how VR headset, like I mentioned earlier, which allow us to document and present Mogadishu at his was, like I said also before, before the war. And looking ahead, our ambition is to move towards like permanent digital exhibition on one side, which could allow us to reach audience worldwide, far beyond the physical constraint of the touring shows. And we are currently working with High-End Heritage, a cultural association based in Mogadishu dedicated to the preservation of the material and cultural heritage. So digital heritage can build connection not only within the Somali community, but also between the global North and the global South more broadly. Moving to the third last part, I would like to take a moment to thank the Time Machine organization for this opportunity. Being here today is a genuine privilege, and I'm very grateful for the platform that you are providing. About expanding our vision. So Somali architecture brings something relatively new, I guess, to the TMO network, a focus on East African heritage, to remain significantly underrepresented in the digital heritage initiatives. We also bring specific methodologies developed for post-war context, working with restricted areas of access, damaged structures, and fragment archives. And we bring diaspora dimension that gives our work particular social and human urgency, I would say. In return, what we are looking or expecting from TMO is visibility, peer exchanging, access to shared tools and standards, and the kind of amplification that only a major European network can provide. So we're also very exciting about the future of the possibilities of those this expanding approach, because we would like to extend it to more cities in East Africa. There's so much more that remain invisible to international audience. Nairobi, for instance, is one of the most dynamic cities in East Africa. Its architectural development is remarkable, yet it receives very little attention in the public imagination in the West. And cities like Aksum, located in the north of Ethiopia, whose history stretches back to ancient kingdoms with palaces and monuments dating from the earliest century in our common area. I think that really those cities, for instance, really deserve to be known and celebrated far beyond specialist circles. So the goal of this future exhibition would be to gather histories, reconnect communities with their past, and challenge the reductive images that too often define countries like Somalia in the Western imagination. So architecture is a way to say this exists, this was built, and this matter in a way. So what's next for us? I'm very pleased to share 2 exciting upcoming milestones for Somali architecture. We have been invited to participate in the first Pan-African Biennale in Nairobi next in September 2026, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. That's why I didn't show it on the slide. And our longer term ambition is to present architecture and migration at the Venice Biennale of Architecture in 2027. We would like to be there as an independent installation. Venice would allow us, to bring Mogadishu built heritage to one of the most prestigious and widely attended platform for architectural culture. I think I've done. So thank you for your attention, and I will be delighted to take questions after the last intervention.
Yeah, thank you so much, really. And very, very happy to have you here and presenting about East Africa. And you're correct, at Time Machine organization, we're really striving to be inclusive of the entire cultural heritage community, no matter where it is. And in fact, not just not just wanting to be inclusive, but striving to build a time machine, build our time machine that encompasses all the cultural heritage. So super great. And I really appreciate that you included the slide about what you're looking for from TMO and what you can offer. I think those things really hit a good note with us, because we actually have a lot of those discussions internally about what we're offering to the community at large and also to members. And it's nice to know that some of the things are hitting the buttons, and also nice to know the other things that we can concentrate on more. So thank you so much
Thank you very much.
And so now
also adding on this, since as Kevin was saying, it's super nice that you already thought about what we can do for you, what you foresee as the future for your work and Time Machine. We just wanted to remind that at the end of all the sessions, we created a small moment of interactive survey, because we would like to gather more and more feedbacks, and thanks for already structured in a very clear way how we could get back in contact with you and collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so now we'll go back one speaker to Manik. How's it going?
So unfortunately, I don't have a solution for the PowerPoint, but I will do without. And after that, I will send to Beatrice, and maybe she can share with the participants of this meeting. But I'm very sorry for that.
Okay, no problem.
I'm Manik Tadeusian. I'm the coordinator of Armenian Heritage Scanning Project. It's a main project led by two important organizations in Armenia. First of all, TMO for Center Creative Technologies, and Armenian Cultural Heritage Institute. It's a foundation launched by TMO dedicated to the protection, documentation, and activation of Armenian cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, transforming it into valuable resources, not only to preserve them, but also for the creation of new cultural expressions. The Armenian Cultural Heritage Institute grew of this project that I spoke before, the Armenian Heritage Scanning Project, launched in 2020 by TMO Center for Creative Technologies. Indeed, to give you a little bit of context, in 2020, an important war broke out between Armenia and Azerbaijan in a territory named Artsakh, putting centuries-old monuments and historic Armenian sites at immediate risk. And this situation drew urgent concern from scholars, from heritage experts, but also Armenian community worldwide. That's why, within days, TMO assembled a team very fastly, composed by volunteers, TMO staff, and specialists from the French startup unnamed Iconem, known for its expertise in 3D documentation of cultural heritage. As we know at this time that we were not able, unfortunately, to preserve these sites, historic important sites, physically, the point was to preserve them digitally. So later, before the Artsakh blockade made access to the remaining Armenian regions impossible, we returned to continue scanning cultural heritage sites. So currently we have 18 monuments scanned in Artsakh. And after that, this ad hoc project, initially launched as an emergency response, has since become a long-term initiative. The project is currently led by a team of 7 people working full-time on 3D scanning and preserving Armenian heritage across the country. Indeed, what we learned at this time shows why it's so important to take the same approach in Armenia, because its cultural heritage is also facing serious and ongoing threats, that environmental degradation, which is the case also in other countries, and not only in European countries, but also outside. Also very fast urban development, and also maybe the most important reason in Armenia, the conflict, the risk of conflict. Today, every month, 3D scanning team travels across various regions in Armenia, scanning sites to capture highly accurate data. For that, and I think it is not new for the participants, but we are using two main technologies to digitize a monument in 3 dimensions. First of all, photogrammetry, and the second one is laser scanning. In simple terms, I think it's not a surprise for the participants, but photogrammetry involves taking thousands of photographs of the monument from every angle, and which is very important to have the textures, the colors, and also the higher part of monuments, which cannot be documented through laser scanning, and of course lasergrammetry, which allows us to have the precise measurement and to capture the size and the geometry of a site. After returning from the field, once the data from laser scanning and photogrammetry have been collected, they are combined to produce a comprehensive 3-dimensional representation of the monument. The final outcome faithfully reflects the monument's real world appearance, because the point for us is to not only to have the 3D model, but to have this model with 1 millimeter of precision. Of course, with my words, I can give the impression that the aim of our work is the documentation and, of course, archiving, but actually our work goes far behind the documentation process and archiving process also. Because we have noticed that 3D scanning of cultural heritage opens the door to a wide range of application, and we are using these data that we are creating to advance research, strengthen conservation, and also enhance and raise public awareness. For example, we are collaborating right now with French embassy in Armenia and also with French architects to restore one of important sites in Armenia by providing precise measurements, sectioned, and architects will use this information, for example, to have plans for restoration, but very precise plans for this restoration. And so to summarize, maybe we see cultural heritage not only as a record of the past, which is very important, but as a living resource that continues to inspire contemporary creation and artistic innovation. For example, we took part in several exhibitions and to showcase our work and 3D models that we are creating right now. For example, with the most recent one, and maybe the most important one, in 2025, we took part and we presented the Armenian pavilion at the Venice Architecture Biennale. And at the heart of the pavilion is a generative AI model trained completely on data that we created at this time, so our 3D model. And AI-generated designs are brought to life in two-stone. Two-stone is the material most closely associated with Armenian architectural heritage. By carving back into two-stone, the often hallucinatory design generated by the AI model, the Armenian pavilion invites visitors to reconsider the role of memory in architecture and the challenge of preserving cultural heritage. So to date, we have more than 280 scanned, and we have 14 models created because we needed, for example, 3 days to have the scan of the site, but we need more time for the processing part and to have this 1 millimeter of precision 3D model. And of course, these 40 sites that we already scanned and that we have the 3D model are accessible on our open access digital platform. And one of the participants shared the link of the platform. So if you are curious or if you want to discover more and you can see our works, these precise models, and also we have historical information about the site. And of course, you can walk through and interact with these 3D models. And of course, we are collaborating with researchers. So if they need more precise models, we can provide them. So that's it for my presentation, and I'm very sorry about the PowerPoint, but I can share after the presentation, and thank you for your interest.
Thank you, and no problem, and thank you to Cordula, who shared the link in the chat. So actually, I think a lot of people had a chance to follow along with your thoughts and while browsing a bit the 3D models. I think you mentioned you were working with Iconem, that they were doing the 3D models.
Started with them in 2020, but after that we took completely the autonomy of the project. But as they have already this expertise in a war zone, because they work already in Syria, in Iraq, etc., it was very important, and we are kind of new in this scanning in 2020. So they helped us a lot at this time.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, but they're close friends of ours as well. So always fascinating to see all the work you guys are doing. So very cool. So thank you again. And we have some time for a few questions. I saw there's one from Hansen in the chat. Maybe we go that one really quick, and then I can go back to Beatrice and Isabella. So Hansen, do you want me to read it, or would you like to ask it?
So I wanted to ask Manik about the 3D models, and have they ever thought about integrating it with other layers, inscriptions, professional networks or geographical network, historical persona?
Of course, we are already working with some researchers and historians to have these inscriptions and also this information included in 3D model. Maybe not to include in other platforms, because we have already our own platform. And for example, we are collaborating with some institution to have archival photos of this site, and their archival photos are directly included on our platform. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was talking about merging the data set. For example, the 3D models have more, not the information, but the data set, for example, of historical persona, or the data set of inscriptions, digital data sets.
I think that we will think about to do that in the future. Yes, but it's still the important part of our work. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
All right. So we have Andres Saget, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have one question for Francesca. I would like to know which AI do you use to generate, like, from a single picture to generate a 3D model? That's my first question, but I have several. Also, how do you how can I formulate this? Yeah, which software did you use? Did you use, like, I know you mentioned SketchUp, but also because I've just starting to use Unreal Engine. to modeling 3D, and this is like revolutionary, I think. So I would like to know which software did you use, please?
For me, right? Yeah. For no, I didn't use SketchUp. I use these open source algorithms directly from the code, and it is TMO, and so it's basically an algorithm that at the moment is without an interface, but starting from one image, it is able to reconstruct the 3D. At the moment, I think that there are also other solutions, similar solution, but I think that they are not free. So it is not possible to do the training on a custom data set. So this is a problem because we need to train it on cultural heritage data set. That is a very difficult data set. So at the moment, I'm testing other algorithms because in this kind of research there are new data set and algorithms every day, but I have this problem because I'm looking for some algorithms that are free and also with this custom data set. So I'm testing other, but at the moment I think that this TMO is the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Scott, do you want to ask your question, or do you want me to read it out?
I can ask it. Thank
sure.
you. I just think the organization is very impressive. So I'm very happy to learn more about all that you are doing. I'm just wondering, since these projects will generate an interest in visiting the sites physically, do you support the possible construction of physical buildings based on these historic previous buildings, or do you prefer to keep the experience of the past as a digital augmented experience?
It's a good question. Who wants to take that one? Isabella, do you have any thoughts on the topic, or any one of our speakers?
I don't know if it's for us of Time Machine or maybe first for the speakers that they present, in fact, historical cases of patrimony lost and also memory in a certain sense lost. So what do you think about sort of also debate, if I may, because we know this very well in Europe from Le Duc until now. So what do you think about the possibility to reconstruct something in a sort of historical fiction for, again, try to reenact these places, right? Scott, it seems to me that that's the idea. So...
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
I can answer.
Yeah, please, Nadia.
This build on some places we can show different eras. We can show different augmented reality. We can show ancient buildings. After that, on same place, was for example, it is citadel of Varna that was constructed over ancient buildings, Roman and from Hellenistic epoch. And after that, the citadel was destroyed. There was a building from 19th century that now is the Museum of New History of Varna. So this is 3 layers. And also there was a layer from the Ottoman period. So we cannot, now there could be seen excavations from Roman time. Citadel is missing. So that what we intend to do is to develop the project Invisible City in a real scale, one-to-one, in the urban environment. For example, when you go to the street, in our streets, you can see how it was, but with different buttons, chronological buttons. Meanwhile, here, I saw the name of the developer of the Invisible City, engineer Yusuf. He is here, participated now. He switched, I don't know, from Greece or from Finland, from somewhere he switched into this event. So we intend to develop this way, but showing virtual holograms. Unfortunately, they cannot be erected. Or if you mean something like Disneyland, should be found a place. Thank you, Scott, for this important question. No, we cannot turn back in the past. We cannot jump in concrete year because years were overlapping one over other layouts.
Yeah,
this is my answer.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, it's very true. Who would become the arbiter of which piece of history is the most important one to reconstruct? I don't
It's a
know.
very, very interesting question also because it's very anchored in the sort of different cultural perspective from Europe or maybe something more Anglo-Saxon ways to see things. But I really appreciated, Scott, this input because in fact, yeah, there's probably a real issue. So what we want to do, just keeping the past, the experience of the past digitally or through augmented reality, or maybe we want to try to reenact. That's, of course, that's the main question for archaeology, for example. And we know very well in Italy and France, we have some policies that in a certain sense try to do somewhat different paths. For example, in Italy is not well regarded. Instead, in Greece is something in archaeology, even that is not so controversial. So it's interesting to see a different behavior. And yeah, that's definitely something to take in account. We talk a lot in the first session about what is this possibility to reenact the past already in a digital way. So what we want to focus just objects, just things that we know for sure that were in a certain way with a high level of accuracy, for example, given by the scholarships or not. But we want to also try to simulate, to add something that is not already validated, is not already there, but in some, what we need to do and to put also this new dimension, if you want, simulated dimensions, even in the digital experience. And now, of course, about the reality, that's absolutely interesting and fascinating. So what's the future? Yeah. Maybe Kevin, I don't know whether you think, do you think that we can close if there are no more questions? Maybe we can close this first afternoon session.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Very, very interesting discussion. These discussions could go on for half the afternoon. It would still be interesting. So, yeah, maybe one of the next meetings, in one of the next Time Machine in-person meetings, then you can have your networking at night over dinner, and yeah, that's where the true good discussions come out over 2-3 hours. But yeah, so that's a good idea. So we'll close that session. We'll move on to the final session, session 4. 3D acquisition, reconstruction, and methodology. So hopefully we'll have some more very interesting presentations. Obviously, it's been, to me, been very, very great so far. Super interesting things. So without any more delay, I will go straight into the first presenter, if he's here. I looked at the list. Santiago Alejandro Ortiz Fernandez from the Polytechnical University in Valencia will be presenting comparative digital reconstruction using photogrammetry and low-cost methodologies, the CHwB in Colombia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Sure.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you for the welcoming. And I will present, I hope I'll do it on time. My research on comparative methodology, implementing a low-cost methodology I developed. I explored different approaches. Here, I will present an open source and closed source methodology through photogrammetry. Okay, the main goals of my research was to carry out an holistic heritage documentation project that includes the greatest possible diversity inputs from interviews, historical documents, of course, photogrammetry inputs, and so on. To compare workflows from the start to end and the results. Also to assess the requirements to implement those approaches. The visualizations were a main goal for dissemination purposes. And well, I will continue. The theoretical framework of my research was, I pay a lot of attention to it. So I used several concepts and developed a framework, theoretical framework for it. So first of all, the cultural heritage value that regards the value as a social, historical, spiritual, symbolic, aesthetical, and academical value of heritage. So in this dimension is very important to be very careful in documenting heritage and to be careful with these kind of values. Also, the concept of low cost, that more than using cheap equipment for low mid quality outputs, is the idea to implement a frugal approach, that it is a systematic process to add value by increasing or maintaining functionality while reducing or maintaining costs. This is thinking about well, my experience and also the context of many different cases in the global south. So this approach prioritizes brain power over expensive tech. And that, of course, implies the development of tools adapted to a specific context and needs, not just by incorporating tools and platforms and software developing other contexts and just conforming with its its requirements, and also that reinforces holistic accessibility. That is, it consists on democratic knowledge production and social sustainability. So when I was thinking about accessibility, I identified 4 layers, 4 dimensions of accessibility, and also in heritage literature, the lack of a theoretical delineation on specific focus on accessibility motivated me to pursue this conceptual endeavor. So the first dimension is epistemic and scientific accessibility that regards to techno-epistemic independence from black box systems and transitioning to open source and open science methodologies. The second layer is digital accessibility and effective exercise of cultural rights that addresses the effective exercise of cultural rights and advocating for a systematic reduction of digital barriers. The third dimension is methodological and environmental accessibility that addresses the physical obstacles in data acquisition and advocates for frugal approaches, focusing on the only necessary resources to achieve the project goals. And the last layer is interoperability and temporal accessibility of data that intends to reduce the silo effect between projects in cultural heritage and integrating the FAIR principles, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable principles from an ethical perspective that includes the CARE principles that are secondary but very important mostly in the Global South context, that consist of collective benefit, authority of control, responsibility, and ethics. Also, this low-cost, frugal approach and accessibility framework inevitably increases complexity and perhaps also quality. I developed this chart to kind of assess beforehand in a project the complexity of a project. I mean, this can be very useful to calculate the amount of energy, effort, even the cost of a project. Also, this is the workflow. This is a flow chart to illustrate the workflow I pursued, I developed for a holistic documentation, including a lot of visualization, different types of visualization, cartography, 3D printing, online viewers, some immersive experiences, virtual reconstructions, also using historical documents like paintings, photographs, old photographs, and also the spatial data to generate the geometrical documentation. And the more important thing is not the stages, but the relationship between them, like in a iterative loop of feedback, like back propagating and feeding previous steps to improve the following steps. This is the more like the data itself, the kind of the metadata. For this project, I took almost 4,500 photos with drone and terrestrial photogrammetry. Also, I flew inside of the building to gather all the data for the main couple, all these narrow spaces. This is the first result using a light vision measurement. Version 2025. I have to say that this is a free and open source software. It has great flexibility and great control in each step. It has a lot of parameters. It has a nodal structure and allows the development of tools. I developed a node, a plugin to edit instruction from motion cloud, the alignment cloud. So it saved me hundreds of hours of processing and reprocessing things, because in this kind of explorative workflows, they are error prone. So we have to try several times. It also it is high technical. It has a level of entrance very high. So For educational purposes, it is perfect. But it has a small community and also poor manual capabilities of intervention of the user. It requires a powerful hardware to be time efficient. This is the result with Metashape, a well-known software that almost everyone uses. It has a low to medium technical level of entrance. It allows manual intervention from the user for filtering, image selection, and so on. So it is very practical. It is time efficient, but the huge caveat is it is closed source. So from a accessibility perspective, that is a very huge issue. Also, that it is paid. Other results are, well, cartography and online viewers that I implemented. This is based on 3D Hub, that is based on 3JS. And I also integrated some 2D visualizations like video, and in the near future, I will also integrate metadata and paradata, also to be coherent with the FAIR principles and to make it more findable and accessible. Well, visualizations that are mainly for dissemination purposes. It was a very important part of my project, and well, to draw attention on the chapel that is not very well. It is not a famous historical building, but for the community heritage, the community heritage of its town, it's very important. It represents very important political and historical vindications. Also 3D prints that, well, are useful for architects, for conservation and preservation, but also to integrate multisensorial experiences, mostly in education, museums, and also maybe to gather funds for the heritage project. And it is useful for promoting accessibility and cognitive closeness to heritage by actually touching history. And the other utility I see is the integration with XR experiences through these 3D prints. And I think that's it. I just want to show these probable discussions, like low cost does not mean full accessibility, and often involves expert knowledge to actually be implemented, and the resources should be channeled to very high skilled team, and not actually expensive tools. In this case, low cost also involves higher hardware demands to catch up with the proprietary software processing time. Once the investment is made into expert and good hardware, is likely that an open source and open science approach is ready to be implemented in a policy, a public policy about heritage preservation or dissemination, so on. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very nice work. Very well presented. Thank you very much. Yeah, so as I keep mentioning, but we have some people coming in and going. So If you have questions for this session, please keep them till the end of the last speaker, and we'll have time for the questions and answers, or you can put some in the chat like I see some people have been doing. So then we'll go to the next speaker, is Masume Eskandari Sani from the University of Padova. I will be speaking about from data to reconstruction, applying the extended matrix methodology to the Roman Forum of Sarmizegetusa. I'm sorry, I was not prepared for the last word, and my pronunciation is not good. I should have looked ahead of time.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So now I try to share my screen. I hope you can see my screen now.
Yeah, you're there. Yeah. It's,
okay, perfect.
Yeah, there. Yeah, great. Thanks.
Okay, so the title of my presentation is from data to reconstruction, applying the extended matrix methodology to the Roman Forum of Sarmizegetusa. It is it comes from my master thesis at the University of Padova. The main focus of the project was to reconstruct virtually the final phase of Roman Forum of Sarmizegetusa using the extended matrix methodology. The idea was not to only make the 3D model of the forum, but to show how sources and interpretation for data and hypotheses can be organized and collected and be connected to the reconstructed elements. So the case study, this Roman Forum is located in the present-day Romania, and it is dated from 180 to the 3rd century AD. This Roman, this is like the forum of the capital of the Roman Dacia, and it was an important civic and administrative and religious and political center of the capital. And also the general layout was like a compact block forum layout. This forum went through several construction phases, but the main focus of this project was the final look of the forum. So the methodology that I used is the extended matrix, but what is the extended matrix? The main problem in 3D reconstruction in archaeology is usually the black box effect, meaning that the 3D model can be like complete and convincing, but usually the viewer cannot really know what is reconstructed based on what. What is based on archaeological evidence, what is based on comparison, or purely hypothetical. EM tries to help with this by making the reconstruction process traceable. It is basically like a node-based formal language that extend the Harris matrix by adding the virtual stratigraphic units that are basically they basically represent the reconstructed elements in the site that are no longer preserved. And also, in addition to making the 3D model, it tries to record record all the sources and paradata and interpretation and hypothesis and uncertainty in the 3D model by uncertainty behind the 3D reconstruction. So basically, it makes it possible to follow all the reasoning behind the reconstruction. While the extended matrix is the methodology, extended matrix framework is the digital ecosystem that actually helps the extended matrix to be applied by using tools such as EM tools and EMV. So this is like basically the general workflow of the methodology and the project that I did, the steps that I took to get to the final interactive output. This reconstruction was based on different sources, different type of sources, At first, I used the digital replica of the forum as the base reference for the still standing remains in the site. And then I collected all the sources that I was supposed to use in a list, like a dossier comparative. And also I mentioned, I recorded all the information that was taken from that source, like what kind of information these sources were supposed to valid or give us, basically. And then this list is consisted of the digital replica itself, the archaeological publication, excavation reports, and the studies that was made on the architectural fragments and sculptures. So the next step was to make the extended matrix graph-ML database in YED graph editor using the extended matrix palette. The idea was to turn all the sources and reconstruction decision into a structured graph. To very quickly explain about some nodes in the extended matrix, the first one would be the documents node that basically record in the database all the sources that I said that I was supposed to use and I used. And then this extractor node that is basically extract the information from that source and the interpretation that was made using that specific node. And then there is this property node that basically record the validated feature of that reconstructed element. That could be the dimension, the material, the shape, and so on. So, and also after that, these validation nodes are connected to the USV or US node that are basically the physical remains in the site, or USV that is the reconstructed elements. All of these are connected to each other based on the relationship that they share using the extended matrix palette arrows. So basically in this database, you can see what was reconstructed and how, and based on what it was reconstructed in that way. And after that, it was time to make the 3D model itself in Blender. Basically, at this stage, I made the proxy model. That proxy model is basically the simplified geometric representation. Each proxy model is connected to the US or USV node in the extended matrix. And also, I also use the digital replica as the spatial and metric reference to how to position the proxy models according to the remains in the site. And also, these color coding shows the type of the node that is connected to that proxy and the level of the certainty of the existence of that element. The most important step is the EM tool. That is basically where that graph-ML database is connected to the 3D model inside the Blender. EM tools is basically a Blender add-on that is used in the extended matrix workflow. As I said, it connects the proxy model to the graph-ML database. Each proxy model is connected to one node in that database. So basically all the paradata and information and everything behind that reconstructed element is accessible within the 3D environment as well inside the Blender. So this is where this 3D model becomes connected to the documentation behind it. And then it's important because the final model that is like in my case is this one. It is not like a fixed final answer. It can be checked, questioned, revised in case new information are available or new basically interpretation are made based on different kind of sources. The model can be updated, the database can be updated without losing the reasoning behind the previous version, basically. And these are like some visual output of the model that I reconstructed from like different angles and different parts of the photo. the top view, and this is the general layout of the forum in its final phase of construction. The last step was basically publishing the model online. I use the AMIC. It's basically the extended matrix visual inspector and querier. While the AM tools was used to connect the GeraFamil database to the 3D model inside Blender, this one is like the one step after. Basically, to explore and query the 3D reconstruction. It's not just a 3D viewer, it is basically, it allows the users to basically select elements, reconstructed elements, and inspect and search the information that is connected to that reconstructed element. And it's like basically the web-based version of it, make it possible to share the 3D reconstruction online as an interactive environment. And then, so yeah, the conclusion, like the output is basically the 3D reconstruction of final phase of the Roman Forum of Jetullahu. That is not only a 3D model, but it is something that can be, that is where the reconstruction process is very transparent, traceable, and reusable. And yes, that is it.
Excellent, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So next up we have Marcus Poplo, Erika Ersek, and Michael Hascher from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. They'll speak to us today about mechanical devices as cultural moments, an e-heritage project. They're here. They're here. Excellent.
Hello.
Hello.
You can hear me?
I can. Thank you.
And you see the presentation?
I see it not in full screen, but I see it as you wish. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Well, dear colleagues, thank you very much to giving us the opportunity to present our project. I'm Michael Hascher from the Office of the Preservation of Cultural Heritage in Stuttgart, and I present here for Erika Ersek, who carried out this project and is familiar with all technicalities. Marcus Poplov, as our cooperation partner at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, KIT, was not able to join us today. I want to use a few questions to show what we did and what we want to do, then present our main object, and finally tell you how we want to contribute to the Time Atlas. What is our project? Our project consists of 3D digitizations of three technical heritage monuments with complex mechanical structures. From the 18th to the 20th century, preserved in situ in southern Germany. In all cases, their technical details are not well researched yet. At the beginning, my colleagues from archaeology digitized a conveyor blind shaft with technical equipment in the ore mine Tiefer Stollen in Aalen from the 19th century. The method used was a structure from motion, SFM, a form of photogrammetry. Then we digitized together with KIT and with the same method the water pumps from Schwetzingen Gardens. Here the right image from the 18th century, and the lifting gate at Basic Neckar Lock from about 1950. Why we do this? Mechanical devices embedded in their architectural context do not really feature so far in Time Atlas and Europeana. We discussed this this morning. In contrast, you find there either buildings. We saw today a lot of impressive buildings, really, or smaller elements, also mechanical elements like machines or instruments from museums. So Europe's industrial heritage at a bigger scale remains largely invisible, often limited to photographs with sparse metadata. This is all the more regrettable given that the importance of machines for industrializations is obvious. Moreover, digital methods are well suited to promoting an understanding of these machines, even if digital animations and simulations are often dismissed as mere gimmicks. However, we are convinced that 3D models of such machines can great benefit educational purposes and that they can also serve as important tools for research. On the one hand, they can prompt new academic questions. On the other hand, 3D models provide a mass of additional data on these machines. This is in particular relevant for when one compares their spatial and mechanical features with other machines preserved in at different sites or in museums. We therefore have high hopes for international and interdisciplinary collections such as the Time Atlas or the Europeana, as well as the activities of TMO in general. We have noticed that there are currently very few 3D models of technical objects available. As a result, many of the possibilities offered by these digital collection platforms remain untapped. Therefore, we would like to use our collections to help deepen our understanding of taxonomy and expand our offerings. How we made this? We used a combined methodology of reality-based capture and source-based modeling. Photogrammetric data is complemented by other sources, resulting in geometrical, precise, and historically grounded models. This allows both visualization and functional interpretation, for example, movement analysis. Now to the lower lifting gate in Besigheim at the Neckar. We have a small film of documentation. Here you see this lock at the Neckar River in north of Stuttgart. This double lock has lifting gates at both sides. This type of lock gate is relatively rare. It was designed to simplify the filling and emptying of chambers. The Besigheim example has a special design featuring of a two-part gate panel. In the right chamber, the gates will probably be replaced by another construction. So the Office of the Preservation of Culture talked to the Office of Waterways, who supported a project to document the lock and to digitize the lower lifting gate. As part of the 3D digitization process, a combined approach was used to create a digital representation of the building. It was accurate as possible, while also being versatile in its application. The aim was not only to capture the external geometry, but also to establish a basis for technical and functional analysis. Oops. You see at the left a photo, also with a drone, and at the right our a model, 3D model. The reality capture was carried out with photogrammetry because surfaces play an important role in historic preservation. Numerous photographs of the object were taken using a drone, like I said, and from this data, a dense point cloud was generated which depicts the geometry structure of the building in great detail. On this basis, an initial detailed 3D model was constructed, which would produce the actual shape of the object as accurately as possible. The actual reconstruction was then carried out manually in a CAD system based on the generated point cloud. The point cloud served as a geometric reference using which the individual components were reconstructed and precisely modeled. This manual approach allows correction and interpretation of the data particularly where photogrammetry was unable to provide complete geometry. This CAD-based reconstruction results in a geometrically consistent volume model that goes beyond a purely visual representation. It can interpret it functionally. We will upload the data to TimeAtlas provided the waterway authority agrees. From our perspective, one problem arises in this context. It is essential to use even more keywords than has been customary to date. Hydraulic engineering alone is definitely not enough. Our contribution to the TimeAtlas aims, should the project be implemented, to digitize further technical heritage sites. We want to integrate complex industrial objects into the existing infrastructure in a sustainable manner. This would involve specifically expanding the metadata relating to the history of technology in order to enable significantly more nuanced classification of mechanical systems. Semantic descriptions beyond existing standard categories should be further developed. In addition, the aim would be to establish suitable classification systems for the history of technology that allow the consistent and traceable categorization of a wide variety of object groups. A further focus would be on improving connectivity between 3D models, research, and digital platforms in order to promote interoperable usage scenarios. Overall, the approach would be geared towards creating a robust foundation for future functional and simulation-based models. These could open up new scientific and educational avenues beyond mere documentation. We hope to learn, and we have learned, today more about your vision and for the future development of TimeAtlas in this regard as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And also, yeah, great to see. I'm always amazed at the diversity of the projects that we see, and from all our time machine partners and everybody interested in the same types of fields. Yeah, truly impressive. And yeah, and I think that this brings us actually to our last speaker of the day. So it's excellent. Been super fascinating, and I'm happy to say we have Fernando Villarino from the Computer Vision Center in Barcelona, which is also a founding TMO member from way back from the start. An important partner for us that really, as with all the other partners that we had today, really helps contribute to us being able to put on these events for knowledge sharing and everything else. So truly happy to have him here. And he'll be presenting Citizens Co-Creating the City's Digital Cultural Heritage, Scanning in 3D, the St. Cugat Monastery Romanesque Capitals.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to have this presentation that it's oriented to the co-creation process of digitalization. We will talk about photogrammetry as well, as you mentioned before in other presentations. And the context of this workshop is done with the Università Autònoma de Barcelona, UAB, and also the Computer Vision Center and the company Science for Change, which is specialized in citizen science. Our project dates back to a number of years before, in which we were creating this initiative of citizen science, science in the libraries, particularly in the context of the cultural heritage in which artificial intelligence could be implemented to that. Our center is a center for computer vision, and we're very much interested in photogrammetry and other methods for 3D reconstruction to be tested and validated online. And citizen science and participatory actions was essential for us to do it. So the context that we are investigating here is the context of the museum, which is an ancient monastery, St. Cugat del Vallès, in which we have a collection of 144 Romanesque capitals. This is interesting because this is something, this is open, the cloister is desacralized, the church is just beside it, and these capitals are very nice because they are having different historical figures and different scenes from the Bible, scenes from the life of the monks, and also vegetables, and they are historicized. So we thought it would be very interesting if we could open a process in which we could definitely provide the opportunity to the citizens in order to use their mobile phones with no low-cost technologies in order to help us and to invite them to understand which is the process of creating the new cultural heritage, the new digital cultural heritage linked to this ancient cultural heritage, the physical one. So what we have done is to divide this process into two parts. I have a number of videos that maybe can share by the end of the presentation. The first of all is just to have a strict, rigorous historical description of these items, the 144 capitals that are described into the cloister plan. Then we have the protocol for the description of the protocol for the scanning and for gathering this data and to understand how to visualize it and how to, in some way, expose it and share it. So this has been also a participative approach that we have published also in our website and that we have recovered during the last years. So then there is a final stage of documentation in which metadata, the photographs, and also the final 3D models are going to be shared. As a matter of fact, we have 11 fully shared capitals now, and we have 30 already scanned in the process. So I want to share this, the actual process, as far as we have identified it. The first one is the capture. We have seen a number of presentations before, so we're very fast also because this is the last presentation. In this capture, we have to have a number of pictures from different angles. We have access to the whole item, and this is very interesting because sometimes with a building, it is very difficult to have the full 360 degrees access. In this case, we have access to all of them. Then we have the model, the creation. We use different softwares, both proprietary and open source softwares, and then it comes from the fine tune and the 3D, because we wanted to also to have the possibility of having 3D replicas of them for the printout. And this is the basic approach for a photogrammetry process. So the first thing that we have identified, and we have described that in a document that we have shared on our webpage, is the capacity building, because it is necessary to understand the small details that are related to the photogrammetry for the capture of the right pictures, and then understand how to do the 3D Photoshop, let's say, that we are needing in order to create the model. So this is something that we are developing as systematically now, and that we are consolidating in a 10 hours course that capacitates in some way citizens in order to be able to scan cultural heritage objects and to build their own 3D models, either if it is for visualization or for printing. It is irrelevant in this moment. So we had also the base technology, which is photogrammetry, as I was mentioned, that in our case consisted in the use of from 20 to 120 is very few. Probably 40 would be a good base for starting from different perspectives using just a mobile phone. And this was crucial for us because it is the entry point in order to scale up the process into at a social level, right? No, the possibility of having their own mobile phones. So both capacity building and low-cost initiatives are the descriptive key elements that we are having. So with that, we're having a database of these images and the metadata associated to that. Remember that we have this index of the capital that is mapping the physical objects, and we have also a description with the metadata that we are going to develop during the following year, as I will describe then how. So then there is the capacitation and work on the lab as well. So what we need after the capacitation for understanding what is the process for capturing the images in the right way, then we go through the field and then we understand how to create the 3D model and to work with it. So eventually this is another element that we have developed also in a 4-hour session that we are sharing together with the colleagues that are sharing with us in public libraries and also in the university. So which is the result? The result is a catalog in which you're having a complete description of every one of these items, which is consisting of, for download, we have created a Creative Commons by and non-commercial. This was a collective decision into the co-creation process that are mapped into the cloister, that are related to 3D models that you can download, and all the images you can download as well. Well, you will find that you cannot download them because we are updating with the new data metadata that we have been created in this year, or agreeing in this year, but they will be available in the following weeks. But the models, you can download them and you can visualize them in CHwB, in which we have published them. CHwB. This is something that we will talk about then. So this is the final result, but we have also more results, which is the 3D printed collection. And this 3D printed collection also is related to the inclusivity and diverse forms of access to the replicas that we are having generating. So this is the idea, but now we are developing this approach for the multi-stakeholder approach for the multi-quadruple helix, in which what we are having is public administration, research and education, private sector, and civil society. So in terms of public administration, I think that this stakeholder mapping is very relevant because it what allows a nice thing to have impact, and this is what we're going to develop until June 2027. So this is first the municipality and the Catalan government. The municipality is the owner of the museums, and the Catalan government has a program for 3D digitalization of cultural heritage, which is called GmbH. Some of you may know about them. So, in addition to that, we are part of the network ClariaCat. The ClariaCat is part of the Claria project that, as you know, is aiming at creating entry point and access to cultural heritage and repositories. So we are working with them in order to understand a precise approach to the metadata. Now you understand how we're rebuilding the metadata that we did years ago. And in order to eventually, let's see how it evolves, allow for us to create both a repository for data and visualization for Europe in 3D. So the next thing that we are having is the private sector that we are having Korea, which is the patron of our research chair, and also Science for Change. Science for Change is a very nice company, and Juan is with us in the meeting, and which is using co-creation processes in order to develop also citizen science projects. And they are supporting us in this process, and the citizens are participating in that. So we are using these Science for Change tools in order to create a co-creation process with all these stakeholders that I was mentioning here. So this is essential now because in order for it to be sustainable in the long term, we definitely need to agree with the basics that we are having. And with that, we are identifying different phases. The first phase is to identify the value, the open data as a leverage element in order to build the impact, metrics for maximizing this impact and sustainability, and then to define which are the next steps. What our aim is to have the 144 plus 1, because there is one extra capital that was created years afterwards because the wall was falling down. It's not from the 12th century, is after. So we're expecting to have all the 144 capitals scanned when we are having in June 2027. And if you are really wishing to collaborate with us, please let us know, because we are eager to have collaborations. And if I have 30 seconds, probably before we are leaving, I would also share a video in which we are, well, in interaction, in which if I now can. Okay, maybe I cannot. Yeah, thank you. So so here we are. Here we haven't. All right. So this is basically our website, and this is the collection of the capitals that we are having. As we are seeing, this is the description that I mentioned before. And if you click there, actually go to the CHwB, right? And in here you can see this 3D model, right? that eventually will allow you to navigate within these capitals. And we are also investigating different ways of visualizing these things, interactive. You can see how beautiful they are. And this has to do also with the development of business models, because preservation is definitely one of the tools that of the verticals that we can investigate with these pieces. And you can see even the polychromy that it had, because as you know, in the 12th century, all the Romanesque churches were painted. And you can see these small details, and you can do very funny things such as going into the capital, which is just a joke, but there's something that you can also do when you're having a 3D model, right? So in any way, if you're interested in the project, let us know. Thank you very much. We are really looking forward to have all this, the elements scanned in a participatory approach, and the citizens to contribute to the generation of the European digital cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, very great. And as I said to some of the speakers earlier, it's always, I see what the Computer Vision Center does over a period of time, but of course, I'm not informed regularly about all the new things that are going on, and neither is the whole community. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us and being able to share with the broader time machine community what you're doing. And as always, we appreciate your support in enabling us to do what we do. So yeah, so then that brings us to the end of this session, the speakers. So we have time for some questions, I believe. I'll let Isabella and Beatrice see.
Are there some questions from the public, from the colleagues connected? Yeah, so it was really an extraordinary section in which we saw acquisition and reconstruction methods were very, very interesting. It's interesting also that they were similar in terms of results at the end of the process, but of course different in their approach. So maybe a question that might be relevant to all of you is about what do you consider when deciding on a specific acquisition technique, and then what about the reconstruction process, in the sense that so do you rely on existing software, on maybe do you prioritize the sustainability for open and shared models? So what guides your decision? What are the challenges for the site? How to put resources and efforts in all this pipeline, more on the acquisition or just on the reconstruction path? So because yeah, we have seen a lot of photogrammetry, and that's something that then from, for example, processing all this data, you pass through software already existing, or maybe there's something that then you process in another way. So how do you decide how to proceed in this pipeline? Who wants to? Maybe Santiago, thanks.
One parameter that is very important is to consider the stakeholder intention, the times, also the resolution needed, the budget, and yeah, the final purposes or the potential purposes of the results. So having that into account, you gauge the complexity based on the techniques you are using. For example, if you are using a laser scanner or photogrammetry, the budget is different, of course, and the times are very different too. So yeah, having in the first place the purposes, the budget, the costs, that is like the constraints of the principal constraints of to decide which methodology to use.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe anyone can add something? Yes.
Well, our example was from 2018, and it's 10 years ago, and we used first Agisoft and then capture reality, and for the question what is the cheaper thing, I think Santiago has still told the main questions, the main points. For us is now the moment where we can give also old 3D models to a greater community. Normally in the preservation context, you have many models from heritage buildings who were destroyed, but it's remains in these offices. And it's now with Time Atlas, we hope that then more people, then more colleagues can use this. And also the citizen scientist, what Fernando presented in the end.
Mm-hmm.
If I may, maybe
yes.
a comment to your question. We are a research center, so for us it is very important to validate the research that we are doing into innovation processes, and to translate our research to innovation, right? So probably one of the priorities that we are having is to understand which is the social impact of the technology that we are making possible with our research, right? So sometimes it is not that related in our case, right? That we are more obsessed by photogrammetry of Gaussian plots or other type of alternative, that to make use of the things that we are in some way working with, right? And if the use of this technology that we are being enabling is at the same level of the state of the art that we are having so far, for us it's a good decision moment in order to try and validate that in a case study, right? So I think that this is one example of how research centers, as in our case, can approach in a quick, with agile prototyping to final products.
Yeah, I can add something.
Yes.
That innovation, I think, must be transparent. So transparency should be a principle into that innovation that we are as researchers intend to do. So open source and open science from not only software but hardware is also a main thing. So to produce that innovation that Fernando mentioned, I think transparency coming from open source and open science is fundamental. Otherwise, innovation relies on black box, closed source, paid tools, and a company can dictate what is innovation or not, or the scope of that of an entire field.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So there's also a challenge in terms of try to do sort of progress in technologies for improving, of course, these methods, starting a little bit from the state of the art given by proprietary softwares and all these ecosystems that in a certain sense is also closed, right? So Do you think also that there's a lot of shift comparing to, for example, in mind 10 years ago, for understanding the importance of sharing the model, so this acquisition, of course, maybe because they can be reused in other contexts, and they also, it's necessary to cite it, probably also the authorship, of course. But do you think that do you feel that there's this shift in the behavior of stakeholders and the targets of your projects and missions in sharing, or not? Do you the opposite? So we are still in a situation in which the most important is to do the acquisition, and then, as Fernando said, so all these models are completely closed, and they are as in the silos in the computer of the stakeholders. So what do you think?
I think the change, the shifting is slowly disrupting. It's not yet a paradigm. I don't know if that's the word, the paradigm. But it is becoming more important to validate, to make available metadata, paradata, and all that kind of information, to make a model or a set of models reusable. So the shift is still a process. So also, well, I think it has something to do with academic jealousy, maybe also, because of course you can't just be that generous with everyone, because someone will not cite you, but it has also to do with attitude, like a collective culture about how to behave, how to respect intellectual property and all that.
I think it has been a good development in the last 10 years. When we started, we wanted to publish also some models, and we put it in CHwB. But in CHwB, you have no keywords, and you have no scientific use. And meanwhile, we have a community of scientific-based 3D models, and it has developed very well, I think, and we are on a good way for well discussed 3D use also in the science.
Well, from my perspective, in 10 years, many things have happened, particularly after the pandemic. My perception here is that we have a mandate from the academia and the research and Poly Research Center. We have a mandate, and this mandate is to have open science, to have science open. So it is not something that we can discuss. We have that, and in Europe we have this mandate, right? And as far as we can, we have to understand that the innovation process related to that provide also business models. But those business models is not strictly related to the particular technology that we are translating that have eventual paths that we already know. But there is an enormous value in the definition of the ecosystem around the things that are happening. And here I think that organizations such as the TMO is having a very, very good opportunity in understanding how to set up these kits and this infrastructure. We were talking before about CHwB, right? And we probably need an European repository for 3D visualization in order to develop our technological sovereignty and not have to relate in something that probably depends or not into the European decisions, right? The second point is that the scalability could be related to the possibility of all these amazing processes and projects that we're having here to be able to be replicated at scale, right? So this is something that the stakeholders that are developing locally cannot do. And there is business models associated to these scalability processes that eventually can be developed as well. So in summary, I think that what has changed is the element of what is scalable. The question about what we can scale up and scale through, right? And particularly in this project that we are seeing here, the opportunity is the fact that we are having something in Europe which is very valuable, which is our cultural heritage, and eventually we can put it in network with the infrastructure that we are having. The Claria project is one of those. The different initiatives for infrastructures, for shared repositories are essential. But if business models are associated to the exploitation of something that is publicly shared, okay, and this is something that probably is what I think that I perceive that has changed.
Absolutely. I think this is a super important point, and hopefully with the interest also of the European Commission, with the European projects revolving around 3D, we will finally maybe go closer to some solutions that are open and that are not proprietary softwares, like CHwBs, and things that are instead built for the community. And I just wanted to briefly also add, as Michael, you have shown also your ideas on integration in the Time Atlas, about also reiterate on the importance of one element that you brought. So the fact that you, for instance, noticed how you need some specific metadata that you know because you're like an expert on what you do on working with your specific topic. And this is exactly the idea behind the structure that has been, let's say, set up for now of how data is structured in the Time Atlas. We really believe that there is an heterogeneity of metadata needs in the community, and we don't believe that this is bad. We actually think this is something that is a richness, and we actually aim to something that is as agnostic as possible, as flexible as possible to host these different metadata needs. And we would only aim at providing a flexible way of searching through this heterogeneity. So I think it would be super valuable to know from all your communities, all your specific topics, what are at the end the ways in which you want to document your 3D assets, your heritage data. And I don't know if there are other questions, points, because otherwise we can probably move to a very short closing feedback session. Yeah. Okay, so I will share my screen. You can grab your phone and scan this QR code to give some feedbacks if you'd like to. So I think I will go to in the first slide for the ready so that you can start playing around with it. So if you'd like to tell us in one word, how would you describe today's community showcase? What stayed with you? What is your impression of these sorts of events? Also to let us know how to shape our events with the community in the future.
Riesco ad entrare io. Aiuto. Okay.
Okay, it's growing.
Just 1 second. Yeah, not all so,
yeah.
so rapid.
Well, a lot of nice words. We're happy.
So amazing. Okay, there's a
Very nice. Okay. This was a bit, you have to have a grasp on your perception. I think it was positive, so we're very happy about it. And in the next questions, instead, we would like to have some feedback from you on more specific on your interests for the future. So let's see if I can go to the next one. So first of all, if you can briefly tell us about you, so which of these categories best identifies you? What order? And then we don't want to know also the others. You see the chat.
Okay, sorry for the order, just for knowing who are you. It's important for us to understand.
Don't worry, one of them was me. I'm filling it in, but I'm not trying to tip the scales with positive words either, you know. I felt like I needed to answer it.
Maybe there's someone else.
Yes, heritage preservation is not a museum and also not academic. So I'm an author.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And then between the others, there's also.
Okay, so I would say, yeah, other categories that are closer to heritage in general. Then I think we can move to the next one. So now, what kind of events would you like to attend in the future? Now, we know that you attended this event in particular, but if you had also to pick other categories that would interest you, here we tried to come up with some of them. So hands-on workshops or tutorials, again, something like today, community showcases, community meetups, or the working group for Time Machine, for instance, for the Time Atlas. So ways of getting involved in general.
In the hands-on workshop and tutorials, there's also tutorials that you already have developed and you want, for example, to present. So it's more, more in an active moment.
Interesting. Nice. So maybe the event we're going to have in Aarhus can also be interesting for this aspect of community meetup. Sure. Someone else wants to reply, otherwise we move to the next question. I think we can go. So now, again, on these formats, if you had to rank those, how would you rank them?
Okay.
Okay.
Just 8.
Yeah. So I see that the meetups and networking are the ones that would be more interesting for everyone. Nice.
Yeah, and interestingly, this is I mean, it tends to be always like this. I know throughout my experience over time, you know, and some people who know me over these years know I used to work at a business school, like one of the more world-renowned business schools. So we had these quite, you know, involved events with workshops and tutorials and showcase, and you know, anything you can imagine. And we were ranking them with something similar to Mentimeter at the end of every session. And every single time, no matter how much the cost and how much effort went in, networking was the thing that people wanted the most out of it.
People wanted it, but we'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, always. Networking is always the number one thing.
But it's good. It means that people want to collaborate, to meet, and to discover what the other people are doing.
Yeah, meeting. Yeah, always it's always the same.
And now instead, this is more of an open question. So this time we covered 3D because we saw that there were a lot of interesting activities. Of course, some of you may also work on more specific or more broad aspects. We saw a lot of other topics that were close. Heritage at risk, for instance, was one that was present in a lot of presentations, memory, a lot of elements that perhaps give you an idea of what topic interests you in the broader domain of cultural heritage.
Okay. Yeah. It's interesting. So there's a strong presence of AI for 3D. That's absolutely in the stream of the current research by all of us. Historical restitution, okay.
Photography,
something
that we could take back as a topic for sure.
Yeah. Those tangible heritage, 3D mechanical devices, okay, yeah.
Also, some general topics that are interesting, like co-design. So how co-design is a very good example, I think, of a topic that can be transversal across a lot of domains in cultural heritage.
Then the intangible heritage, yes, that's true. That's probably something that will be more and more present in the next time machine project, a local project. We have seen a lot of projects on memory and lost heritage, so that's absolutely important.
Cultural landscape and museums.
Yeah, of course. There's also sponsorship programs and opportunities.
Yeah, these are linked. Totally, in the sense that also perhaps creating some opportunities for people that are just starting in the field to meet with instead realities that are more established, that could give opportunities. That is always.
Yeah, for sure, we can have some specific moments, as we already had, by the way, for illustrating, thanks to the project scouting office, maybe for illustrating some new calls or upcoming calls at European level that could be also useful. By the way, we are also thinking to have a sort of matchmaking parts in the website for giving the opportunity for all of you to meet other people that maybe are interested in designing together European project, or also more local project at the level of a country. So that's something also that we are discussing now internally, and that's probably a good direction for us.
Okay. I can go on maybe with the next question. Okay. So now in terms of the time atlas in particular, we showed you a bit of examples of how for now we're trying to involve you into the design